have a lunch break. Probably it's going to be slightly later than planned in the program because we have a delay, obviously. But there is lots of restaurants around. Usually they handle English fine. So since we don't have the capacity to serve food here, we'll just spread around hub and we'll meet again in the afternoon. So I would ask someone from PPI, probably willing to, so we could follow with the actual program of the conference. Thank you.
So good morning. Just to let you know, my name is Thomas Gohl, and well, as always, conferences do have some kind of formality, and we have to. I hope it works. And it's got a feedback. Yeah. Okay. Always the different microphones. So, first of all, rules of procedure, in a way. But before we go to see if we can vote for the rules of procedure, we have to see how many member states are here today, because we need to establish a quorum, which means 1/3 of the members have to be here. So I know you've got your card somewhere. So I'd like you to lift the green one, I'd say, so we can count how many member states are here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16 plus 3 remote delegates, as far as I know, because we do have remote delegates. That is the Pirate Party of Canada, the Pirate Party of Australia, plus the Pirate Party of New Zealand. So I'd like to say, constitute the quorum is established, so we can continue to decide upon the rules of procedure. Hopefully you've all read the rules of procedure. As far as I can see, you did. So let's vote on the rules of procedure. Who is going to accept the rules of procedure for the conference today? Please lift your green cards. That's 12. Any remotes? Karel? We still have to wait for the remote delegates. Yeah, I try. Just. Any news from the remote delegates? So all accept. So I did count 12 before, plus 3 means 15. And as far as I can see, the majority is established, so we do have a rules of procedure for the conference. Next thing we have to do is to vote for the moderators of the conference. So far there are 5 people named by, I start down button. That's Justus Römet. Please stand up and show yourself. Next one, Tom Vimasel. Tom Vimasel, yeah. I say, not present at the moment. Mikuláš Ferjenček. Mikuláš. Somewhere in the background, I believe. Jakub Michalek. also in the background, and Thomas Gohl. Are there other candidates who might volunteer or would go for moderator for the conference? No. So I propose we vote en bloc. Do you accept those 5 moderators for the conference? So 12 at the conference. Any news from the remote delegates? Free accept. So thank you very much for the confidence in the moderation of the conference. So first agenda item we have today is ordinary and observer membership applications. But first of all, we do have hopefully a minor problem. Some parties did send in the application for membership, either for observer membership or ordinary membership, after the deadline. I know there are different reasons for it. Maybe the board did some mistake, happens. Maybe some member state did some mistake, happens too. But we do have a problem with statutes, because the application shall be sent in before the deadline. This is a strict must. And now we have to discuss how to, deal with it. And hopefully we all find a quick solution within the conference so we can continue with the presentation of the candidates. So... Nein, nicht wirklich. Ja, deswegen. Erst mal fragen. So, I'd like to propose that in a way we would accept those applications even if sent in after the deadline. But that shall be accepted by the General Assembly. That would be my proposal, because I'd like to have those people on board because they are interested in Pirate Parties International. So, just a second. You are welcome to do so.
So, does it work? Do you hear me? Good morning. Sven from Luxembourg. The problem here, and I believe that's the most important thing to know, is that some parties could have based their decision to attend this conference on the list of applicants at the moment of their decision. So if we have a deadline in the statutes, it's not only to tell other parties when to come and when to sign the papers. It's mostly... Yes, okay, better? Yes, I will continue talking if that's better. Great. So we also want to protect existing members so that they know about what they will vote when they come. So I think we could vote on the members as observer members without voting rights, and the possibility next year to admit them as full ordinary members. I would oppose at the moment a motion where we would get all those members as ordinary members, because some parties could have made a decision to attend or not attend based on the former list. Thank you.
Next will be Gregory Engels.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Gregory Engels from Germany. I disagree with what Sven has said, that some party would have made the decision to come to the conference based on the applicants. We are all pirates in the world, and the pirates parties are quite similar, and we are all in contact together. And I cannot imagine that actually a pirate party would make the decision to come to vote against someone or whatever. So it actually, we are nearly all of us are here or are the remote delegates. So it's not really a reason. Even if somebody who would not have come, he can participate remotely. And to add, the large number of late applications is due mainly to an error from the previous board, who forgot to update the wiki page describing how the membership application process working, and have directed all the interested applicants to this wiki page, which does not have this deadline on it. So actually, this is a fault of the member. It cannot be blamed on the applicants that they have submitted their application late. For example, the Pirate Party of Ukraine only submitted like 1 or 2 days late, and they were aware of that deadline. So if you don't know you have a deadline, you cannot be blamed for not meeting it. And I wouldn't also oppose to like getting everyone on observer membership instead of taking the decisions separately one by one. There might be some pirate parties that need to be talked about if they are fit enough to be a full member, but it's not applied to every applicant. So I would strongly propose to carry on as if they have met the deadline, and then just go on and vote on to hear the presentation and to vote on them, to include them into the pirate movement, the Pirate Parties International. We are all pirates and we are all fighting for the same. It makes no sense to discriminate some parties. Thank you.
Even though I concur with Gregory that actually it should be very simple to apply and to have them members, but we set our rules in our statutes. We set 4 weeks ahead, and if we don't follow our own procedures, we have a problem. That's why we should change the statutes so that will not happen again. So for this time, we should follow our rules and change it for the next time.
So, any other proposals?
Thomas, what he said is correct. We should follow our rules. But in our rules, we said that the final decision of an application is to a discretion of the General Assembly. So we are at our own will. They are the highest governing body of the PPI. We are bound by our own rules. And our own rule says we have the last word. So if we feel like granting another status to somebody who would not fit into the regularity of statutes, we are free to do so. So it is our own decision, and we should not hide behind paragraphs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gregory. We've got one from the remote delegates.
Yeah, I have a short request here that the people should state their party before they speak, their name and party before they speak. I have this request from the remote delegates.
So, quite a lot of things to see. I'd like to ask you if you would accept, first of all, that all those who did apply for membership, even especially ordinary membership, might go for observer membership for 1 year, so that the next General Assembly will see their application again on short, and maybe the General Assembly can decide upon that they will change their membership to ordinary membership. Would that be a good suggestion? Because I think that's the best solution we might have today. Not confronting the rules, but to follow the rules in a way, and to accept those parties who wanted to go for membership. So So Gregory Engels, Pirate Party of Germany again.
I'm sorry to be here again. I'm a little bit emotional about it because I have also worked with a lot of new members, parties, and consulted them in their founding process. And for example, the Pirate Party of Ukraine, which will have the presentation, it's a quite big organization right now. And they're facing the first election this year. And if we send out a signal as a pirate movement that we do not accept Pirate Party of International as a full member right now, it will make an impact on their election campaign. They cannot use the membership of the PPI in a positive way to saying that they are supported, they are part of the global movement. So we should take into account what we are talking here about. It's not about following the statutes to the letter or whatever. We are pirates, we are the pirates. The PPI Assembly is the highest body that can make decisions. And we would make it harder for our new members to run in elections, and we would weaken their position if we would follow this proposal. So I would really suggest blame the board. They have not changed the wiki page. They have directed all people to that to give them wrong information, and the people cannot be blamed for that. Thank you very much.
I don't want to be the guy that insists on statutes, that insists on what is written in the wiki, what is written on paper. But at the end, we have rules. We gave those rules to ourselves. And in the end, how can we ask governments to abide by their own rules, by their own constitutions, if we ourselves do not abide by our statutes? And I think that is important. Those rules are perhaps flawed. I would agree with that. We should change them. We have statute amendments that we will vote later on. But at the moment, those are the rules we have, and we must abide by them. If not, why do we give ourselves rules if we don't abide by them? Seriously, then we can throw them away and say, well, we are anarchists and we are working without rules. It's true, the GA is the highest organ of the PPI. But I still think to protect minorities, we should abide by our own rules. That's my opinion. Thank you.
What is the message if we would say... The message if we say we now allow them in, we don't follow our own rules. So what message is worse? Is the message worse that they have to wait 1 year? They will be members, full members, no problem, I'm pretty sure. But not now. The problem is, and it is a real problem, we have a court of arbitration. And any party which is not happy with the decision you make today will have the ability to go to the court of arbitration. The court of arbitration will say, we have broken the rules. And that's exactly not the message we want to send out. Yes, they have to. If they follow they have to follow our statutes. You say we have the last word. The General Assembly has the last word for new members. That's true, but only if they applied 4 weeks before the General Assembly. Otherwise, the statutes don't say anything.
Please state out who you are. Please state out who you are and which party you represent.
Marcel Kolaja, Czech Pirate Party. I think that we might have another solution, which is written over here in the statutes that I highlighted, that in appropriate circumstances determined by the board, there may be a postal referendum to ordinary members between meetings of the General Assembly when the same rules as to voting majority and in the event of a tie shall apply. So we could, for example, let the pirate parties that apply for membership to have their presentations over here, and then we can vote on them, and they can vote on them after that by this postal referendum. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Alexander from Serbia, and I think that it's a simple. Okay, if we even talk about this situation, we should vote on this. Either way, if we do not even discuss about it, we just go forward. So I think that situation is clear. On top of that, so we should vote, and we will be pragmatic, we will be agile, we will demonstrate the openness, and we will save the organization. I don't see the problem. Okay, I think that we should vote, be pragmatic, because even if we talk about this situation, we should vote. The situation is simple for me. We will decide, not any others. So that's it.
Okay, dann mache ich das als letzten Vorschlag. Hast du es verstanden? Ja.
I get a message from. Yeah, I get a message from a remote candidate from Canada. He just wants to repeat that the Pirate Party of Canada stands strongly for those late applicants' ability to be heard. Yeah. Okay.
Please repeat. We didn't get it down here, up here.
Repeat.
Repeat it, please.
One. The remote delegate from the Pirate Party of Canada wants to say that the Pirate Party of Canada stands strongly for those late applicants' ability to be heard. Was this okay? Okay, again? Okay. Okay, more loudly. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this. The remote delegate from Pirate Party of Canada wants to repeat that the Pirate Party of Canada stands strongly for those late applicants' ability to be heard. Period.
Ja, das sowieso.
I'm not very good at speaking.
Ja. So, in the meantime, I've heard another solution. We are the General Assembly. We do have ordinary members. And it might be a possibility that today's General Assembly might vote on it to accept those candidates, plus the not present parties today, the parties who are not present today, can vote on it afterwards. It's not within the statutes, but that might be a solution too. Good. So, last thing to do. I'd like to give it a short break. I'd say 10 minutes. In the meantime, any proposal might be written down and put to the board so we can put it on screen and vote upon it. Because we won't find a real solution otherwise, I believe. So let's meet up again in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. In the meantime, just to tell you, we do have conference rooms in the back. For those people in the room who'd like to chat, please use those rooms because it will disturb the meeting. Thank you very much. Test. Test. Test, 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 test. Okay. Test, test, test. Okay. Is this better? Good. No check.
Oh, I shut off the boxes over there. They made interference.
You cannot shut them down because these are the boxes you hear the remote delegates via over.
But it's interferences. That's the problem. It's getting interference.
We cannot shut them down.
Okay.
Don't touch anything, please.
I just asked. That's the problem.
That's just,
shut it.
Please don't shut anything down.
No, but they are constructing interference. That's the problem. We have to
Okay,
make sure.
then we tell the remote delegates they cannot speak here.
No.
I cannot shut those boxes down. Apparently, here working, and you say we must shut them down.
No, I said shut them down. That's right. It's better.
Test, test. Test, test. Test. So you already shut them down? Okay. Test, test. 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 Test, test. Okay. I had everything perfect. And now... Test. 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 Test, test. Hope you can hear me again. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to continue with the conference. I'd like to continue with the conference. Das geht. Ist es? Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to continue with the conference. Please be seated. All other guests or discussion parts, you are welcome to discuss anything outside of this conference room. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to continue with the conference. Please be seated and please be quiet unless you want to talk to the audience. Are you ready? So, you are ready. I continue the conference by now, and I will continue in a different way, because at the meantime we've received some proposals, some of them. This will be prepared in the meantime, and we'll continue the conference with those applicants who went for membership before the deadline, so we can prepare all the things to decide upon in the meantime. So first of all, I know there is a Pirate Party of Greece in the room. I'd like to welcome Anestis, and he will be the one who will represent the Pirate Party of Greece.
Hello. Kalimera. Good morning, everybody.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, again, this is not a discussion room. I'd like to wish that all people talking in this room will leave the room now and be quiet, because we do have a presentation in here. So, thank you very much, and I have, again, the honor, Anestis, to represent the Pirate Party of Greece.
Good morning, dear friends. My name is Anestis Samourkasidis. I am the spokesperson of Pirate Party of Greece, and I'd like in a few minutes to present you some details of the Pirate Party of Greece. Maybe you know or maybe you don't know that pirate is a Greek word. It comes from the word pira in ancient Greek, which means experience, even now in Greek. From this word comes the verb piraome, meaning I attempt. So in ancient times they thought that when someone is experienced enough, he may attempt something. And the one who is attempting, piraome, the verb, is piratis, the attempter. That's the origin of the word pirate. From the Greek, piratis was given in Latin as pirata, and from Latin then it spread to all over the world with its current meaning. Pirate Party of Greece has the official logo as declared to the Supreme Court, the black one, but the original one. But we also have an alternative logo used only in Twitter and international meetings when we need to differentiate and not in Twitter have the same timeline with the same icons everywhere. The first attempt to found the Pirate Party of Greece was in April 2009. It wasn't successful. The second attempt was started on October 2011. The party was actually founded on January 14th, 2012 and was formalized in the Greek Supreme Court on February 10th of 2012. In order to... Thank you. In Greece, in order to be a formal party, we had to submit 200 signatures. We actually submitted 210 to be on the safe side, because you never know. And that was it. Fortunately, founding a party in Greece costed about €6 in photocopies, and that's it. Although we do have to gather something like 15 to 20,000 euros to participate in the elections, but that's another problem. The Pirate Party in Greece in 4 months has 780 electronically registered members, meaning members who gave their full details, the details that were actually needed because we don't collect extra data. And 300 of them have already submitted their signed papers. But we do have 2,820 Twitter followers and 1,600 Facebook group members. The Pirate Party of Greece has almost no president, and the executive organ is a 7-member committee. Actually, there is someone signing papers as president, but can do anything else except sign these papers. And changing every 4 months because it doesn't have to do anything with being an executive. There is a working forum at the moment, and our IT team is translating liquid feedback in Greek in order to use it internally. The main site is pirateparty.gr, and on Twitter you can find us at pirateparty.gr, one word. We are translating about half messages in English, half messages in Greek. Where there is some interesting international news, you may find us retweeting also this. The Pirate Party of Greece has something special by now, which I think no other pirate party has, and it's a chapter on our program titled Economy. And there is a reason for this. You all know it. We have 22 chapters in our program. The chapter about economy explains the positive impact on economy that transparency of the public sector, the positive impact that direct democracy has, the positive impact that the reduction of corruption have. It also emphasizes on how Greece can benefit from network neutrality, open source software, and the termination of monopolies. Although our program can be found online only in Greek, you may use Google Translate to read it in your own language with the known problems that Google Translate has, but you may understand the basic meaning, and it was also supplied to PPI. So when you search using codes on Google on Koma Piraton Elados in Greek, it returns 126,000 exact results. That's what the quotes are for, and we're happy about this. If you can also see, here is in Google Insights for search on the Koma Piraton term, meaning pirate party in Greek. And you can see there were actually no searches until the beginning of the year when we went public. It was actually, because the data goes back, it was actually only on September of 2009, a very small peak at 20% of this and nothing else. The line is at 0. And from January, when we went public, it went like this, and you see it's going up. So, one day after our statutes were given to the Supreme Court, we had the Stop ACTA on February 11. As everywhere else in Europe, almost 300 cities, and we organized the demonstrations in 3 cities. And actually, if someone had seen the map of these demonstrations, there were no planned demonstrations in Greek. It was an empty space in the European map, so someone had to do it. The Pirate Party had to do it, and we did it. That's some members in front of the Parliament. This day there was a total mass transportation strike on Athens, so people couldn't actually get there and could get there only by feet or by bicycle. So we gathered about 500 people in Athens. In the second largest city of Greece, Thessaloniki, we gathered about 1,000 people because there was no strike on the mass transportation system. And also minor presence in 2 other large Greek cities. So on March 24, we organized our own Stop ACTA in northern. This photo is from northern Greece, the city of Thessaloniki. That's but will be in more than 50% of the Greek prefectures. There are the gray ones, and we won't be in the other. They are the white ones, but will cover more than 75% of the Greek population. Actually, the short timeline has a Pirate Party of Greek planning on the very difficult issue how to print around 8 million ballot papers in 2 days, because that's what the short notice means. We have to print and distribute all over Greece 8 million papers in 2 days in order to participate. I mean, they made everything on purpose very difficult for everyone else except of the large parties or the parties that get a very large share of the governmental money to go to the elections. We don't get a dime, of course, of this money. There is a 3% threshold in order to enter the parliament. We'll try to beat it. I don't know if we can beat it. Our second purpose will be in 2.5 years to gather more than 4% in order to enter the European Parliament. That's what's needed in Greece, about 4% to enter the European Parliament, in order to help establish 7 European countries with 25 MEPs in order to have our own group in the European Parliament. So that's about it. I'll show you two video clips. One that we shared with Pirate Party of Catalonia. We'd like to thank them. They gave us the clip which we translated in Greek, but as I see there's no sound here, and I'd also like some help in order to play this clip. And the second clip is from the and the second clip is from it's made in Greece, and it shows that the four established political parties, 1 minute clip, it's the four established political parties So in the second clip, you'll see the four established Greek parties and saying. So let's start with the translation we did on the Catalonian one. We changed the game, talking about a party that has no.
Ένα κόμμα στο οποίο δεν υπάρχουν ηγέτες πέρα από τα μέλη του, γιατί πιστεύουμε στην άμεση δημοκρατία και έχουμε όλη την τελευταία λέξη στις αποφάσεις. Ήρθε η στιγμή να αλλάξεις το παιχνίδι, ψηφίζοντας εσένα. Κόμμα Πειρατών Ελλάδας.
So the meaning is vote for you. The main motto of this video clip is vote you, not vote for you, vote you. Ψήφισε εσένα in Greek. And the second one is made in Greece, showing the old political system. System error, it says. Operating system not responding. So we deleted old operating systems, installing new ones. Pirate Party of Greece. Born in the 21st century to be the operating system of our society. That's it. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jakub Michalek. I am also one of the moderators, and I have two announcements for you. First, people who want to talk also can use the second bar, which is behind. If you go there to the end of this room and to the left. So if you want to talk at the bar, it's best to use the one that is further from this assembly. And the second one is that we received 3 proposals from the ordinary members that are aimed at solving the situation with application for ordinary membership, and we have transferred these 3 proposals to the Pirate Pad, so you can find it on piratepad.net/proposals. Okay, so it's piratepad.net/proposals, and there are the 3 proposals that were suggested, and there is going to be time to read them, of course. And now we should continue with other applications that have been sent in the time prescribed by the statutes.
Say now.
Sorry, there is remote speaker. Put him on.
So who is going to be there?
Speak.
Greece now.
Hi, hear me? Can you hear me?
Nobody can hear you.
Okay, so we have a speaker from Greece.
I'm running more about this just ask a question. According to the statute.
Mute yourself now.
Mute myself.
So this is not working.
No.
This is not working at all.
Okay. So we
Can you hear me now? Okay. So, according to statute, the board will transmit the application to two members of the meeting of the general assembly. Meet their requirements under the statutes.
Excuse me, so I would like the technical team to tell the delegate that he should try to improve in the meantime the quality of the connection, and that he should talk slowly.
Yeah, this is somehow our end, but we have to I don't know.
So please in the meantime try to solve this problem, and we will continue with other applications that were sent in time. So I would like the representative of Pirate Party of Croatia who applied for ordinary membership in the Pirate Parties International. Is there any person from Pirate Party Croatia?
It wasn't lady, I think, but
No, it was Australia. I don't know why we said that.
we were just mixed up.
This is.
It doesn't work at the moment. We'll take
They can still vote, but not it's audio system in the room. You don't have to plan it here. Just audio system is not working. You can still vote.
Okay, so I would like to ask everybody who will be talking during the presentation here to go somewhere else. This is a Pirate Parties International Conference, and we have members of the Pirate Parties who have their presentation. So if you want to talk, there's the other bar in the back of the room. Go there and talk there. Otherwise, the people in the back cannot hear. Thank you. Now, thank you. And now, here I give the word to Ivan Voras, who is the delegate of Pirate Party Croatia, another applicant for ordinary membership. Thank you.
Sorry, I'd just like to interrupt. In the meantime, the board of the PPI just had a meeting. Just to let you know. In the meantime, the board of PPI just had a meeting, and we've decided to ask the Court of Arbitration to clarify some things in the statutes. So, unfortunately, we've talked to the Court of Arbitration. They will decide until tomorrow. So, for those members who applied and the situation is unclear at the moment, the decision will be made tomorrow morning. Not before that. The other parties will be decided upon today. Thank you very much, and You may continue. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Just can I say there's a short question from Pirate Party, Australia and New Zealand. If a board meet their requirements, which are set in the status 3, paragraph 3, if the board transmitted the application to all members at least 2 weeks before the meeting of the General Assembly. Can someone answer that? What?
Can you repeat it?
Repeat?
Yeah.
So, according to Statute 3, paragraph 3, the board will transmit the application to all members at least 2 weeks before the meeting of General Assembly. There is a question if it was met, these requirements.
2 weeks.
Does anyone know? Nobody knows.
So apparently it was written in the wiki for each applicant, and there were, as far as I know, also emails sent out saying it's written in the wiki.
So it was met.
That answers your question.
I'm sorry. I think it wasn't met because the email announcing that went after those 2-week period started. So that's my view.
So, are we done?
We are still missing one judge, Arturo Martinez. If you are here, you can join us in the special guests room for the COA meeting. He's there. Great. You can join us.
Everyone, I'm Ivan from Croatia, and I'd like to present our Pirate Party of Croatia in a few slides that we have here. So, we are actually very young. You will hear about it a bit later. But we are a group of people from various cities. We have branches. Very interesting and come from very professions, which is kind of surprising. So we are not all geeks and we are not all politicians. And we have a mix. All of us are interested in a modern, communication-oriented civilization. We are young, but we have done several things in the last few months. We are now an organized and official registered political party in Croatia. We have participated in the organization of ACTA, Stop ACTA protests. We have many articles written, we have given many interviews on the TV, so we have some media exposure, which is kind of nice. We have a Facebook page with close to 3,000 members. We have a blog, a forum, a wiki, a server for collaboration and online projects. And we believe that every member should have the opportunity to participate in the writings of our documents, our statutes, and everything else. We have started several working groups for the organization of our party and for some for direct democracy, for e-democracy. And basically, this is supposed to be a slideshow of images, but we have some photos from the protests, from the Stop ACTA protests, our Facebook page, our forum, and our wiki page with lots of articles. So, in the near term,
we need to sort of start working on the nearby elections, which will happen in about local elections, which will happen in about a year. We have to work on our internal organization a bit. We have to make our own General Assembly, of course, local one. And we are already starting some new projects for e-democracy and some sort of better interface for interested citizens to search our laws of our country. Long-term plans are, of course, to join the PPI, and we are doing that by accepting the Uppsala Declaration with all its bullets, and we plan to be sort of a whistleblower party, because unfortunately our country has also a certain level of corruption which needs to be addressed, and we see ourselves as the kind of party which would participate in a very open, very transparent way, and which will introduce a level of whistleblowing at the political meetings. We will be present in our local elections as a registered party. The most sympathetic audience is, of course, educated population, students, other freedom levels, but also all the citizens, doesn't matter who they are or what they do, who are interested in transparency in government, which is very much lacking in Croatia. We need to work a bit on our cohesion, on our organization. We need even more media exposure, of course. We need some more members to invest time and effort into our cause. We also hope to gather certain experiences from existing pirate parties and to get some best practices while we're here, and to actually learn from previous efforts. One of such questions we need to address, and we hope to get some input on, is, for example, the relation with Anonymous, because this is one of the top asked questions on interviews and on the media coverage. So maybe if we can get some way to ask the General Assembly or so what is the topic of relation with Anonymous, maybe we can discuss something about it. For now, we are leaning toward quite low-profile support, but not actually officially support. But this is our own sort of standpoint. We, of course, want to join the PPI. We have very recently received our registration papers. We are actually an officially registered party in Croatia since yesterday. So this is actually a scan of our papers, so if anyone wants to read in Croatian, of course, here they are. We can present them later. Thank you. And I don't want to make a long presentation. We have our web page with a blog and links to a large amount of resources which we have written and which we have offered to every citizen of Croatia, and so you can just visit this page and judge for yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation, and I would like to tell you that we will transfer the Pirate Pad to another page on Wiki, Pirate Parties International Wikipedia, and there any number of participants will be able to read it. I would like to ask the technical team whether there are any requests from the remote delegates. Not now. And have we managed to improve the quality of technical connection? Not really. But you can. You are trying to solve this, right?
We need a bit time for this, so we will do this in a break.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think that we can continue with the applications for the ordinary membership. In my list, we have Latvia here next after Croatia. So if there is a representative of Latvia.
We should note that all applicants that come now ordinary applicants for ordinary membership that come now did apply after the deadline.
Okay, so is there a representative? Yes, thank you. So here's I think there's a computer that is connected. Here you can set up your presentation. So, do you have it online or? Okay, so here's the computer. You can use it any way you want. No hacking, please. Here. Okay, so here's the space for Pirate Party of Latvia.
Thank you. Hello. We're Pirate Party Latvia, and we somehow missed the memo that there will be a projection screen so we didn't manage to make a presentation on time. So about us, we came into existence as an interest group, a discussion club, around the beer, sometime around 2009, and just tossed ideas around and basically didn't actively do anything, but just simmered a bit till the ACTA came and really kicked everything into action early this year, as you all know. And so our first big feat was organizing the ACTA protest in Riga, where 300 people came. And we also organized there's an electronic participation platform in Latvia where people can propose laws electronically, and we almost gathered the necessary 10,000 signatures for stopping ACTA, to send a bill to Parliament. We have about 10 people strong activist group that meets semi-regularly. And we have about 300 supporters on a Facebook group who frequently read our stuff and discuss things and so on. And also we just recently, a few weeks ago, we finally managed to register as an NGO. We're not a pirate party yet because we don't have the resources, but we plan to become a proper party in Latvia by the end of this year. And currently we're engaged in fighting the copyright lobby in Latvia is trying to broaden the private copying levy. Increase the amounts, so you have to pay for phones because they could theoretically store MP3s and so on. And we're trying to fight that. And we plan to participate in any new, the next election will be I think, local councils elections in 2013. And we plan to run in Riga, in the capital city. And of course, the European Parliament and so on. And we hope to get your support and guidance and advice and so on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask another delegate from another party Pirate Party of Slovakia, whether he could come and present his application to the General Assembly. Now the application of Pirate Party Slovakia.
Hello, thank you for being here. My name is Peter Blaščák. I am the Vice President of Pirate Party Slovakia. Actually, about a few facts about Pirate Party Slovakia. We are the group, we have about 7,000 fans on Facebook. We are working about 3 years since now. We already have been in the elections, parliamentary elections this year. I can say it was pretty success, and it was a very good signal for us in Slovakia that we are on the we are on the right way, and maybe we will see us in 4 years in parliament. Other important things, we have done many actions and many meetings. Currently, we are also working on some kind like education between young people, between students, between young activists about the ACTA, about the copyright, and about the organizations and this whole business around. We have in Slovakia, we have also performed anti-ACTA protests. We have done also several discussions with students at the universities. We have also contacts with the media, and as I would say, the membership in the Pirate Party International would grant us a very good start for our future work with the young people in Slovakia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we continue, and another pirate party I have here is Ukrainian Pirate Party, Ukrainian Pirate Community. So I would like a representative of the Pirate Party of Ukraine. I think we have here okay, so I can see him here, but I think we have a video prepared. Is Ivan Sirko here? Okay, so we just skip him and maybe come back to him. A Pirate Party of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Lola Voronina is... No? You have the presentation. Okay, Lola is not from Bosnia. Here. So now the presentation for Pirate Party of Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the meantime, we will try to fetch somebody from the applicant from Ukraine. Okay, so we have a presentation set up, and Lola Voronina is going to introduce it. It's without sound, so it's not. These are not technical problems. This is a feature, not a bug. Okay? I'm supposed to read it, says Lola. Dear pirates and piratess, we are pirateparty.ba. It's too quick. I can't read that quick. Okay, anyway. Our activities started in 2010, and in February 2012, we became a public active group. With potential and willingness to register as a political party. Our members come from all parts of Bosnia and Herzegovina. As Pirate Party BA, we intend to organize, attract, develop, inform, educate, and launch a new vision. And a new idea of common living. We want a citizen state with equal rights and opportunities for all people living in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It is going to be a hard, long, and painful process, but a process badly needed to assist the transformation of our society. From a fear factory to an open civil society based on merit and knowledge. From a fear factory to an open society based on merit and knowledge. And again, Bosnia and Herzegovina has a highly complex political system based on the Dayton Constitutional Act, Annex 4 of the Dayton Peace Agreement. It recognizes the full political rights to vote and to be voted for to only 3 constituent national groups, Bosniaks, Muslims, Serbs, and Croats. Furthermore, the state organization is also complicated, expensive, and dysfunctional. We have 163 ministries on 3 different levels, none of which have clear vision of what needs to be done. The nationalistic rhetoric commonly used by leading politicians keeps our country in the state constant fear of malicious something, endlessly manufacturing such artificial fear and keeping citizens in a defensive mode. Interruption. Has generated and maintained a tribal syndrome. In such a system, people are first seen and judged by their nationality and only then by their human qualities. Politicians have little incentive to care about voters and citizens without strong ethnic affiliations have little incentive to enter politics. The Pirate Party's political practice inspired us and encouraged us to believe that another politics is possible and that ethnic politics can be left behind there. I can use the pause button here. It works, good. Since the beginning of our activities, we've been networking with individuals and groups who are willing to participate in the idea of an open society encouraging equal opportunity and participation. By doing so in political style, it is clearly distance ourselves from all nationalistic rhetoric, fear factories, corruption, irresponsibility, and all the other bad habits which are an integral part of the political menu in Bosnia and Herzegovina. React. In short, to act rather than react. Our next step is to organize and register as a political party. Our overall strategy is to attract and engage experts and professionals to take an active role in transforming our society and to help us evaluate current governmental programs from the perspective of the Pirate Party's pillars. Last but not least, also to assist governmental bodies and their structure in building more sustainable social and people-oriented programs. As such, we represent crossover from activism and pressure group movements into organized politics. In a more mature political system in our country today, politics is too important to be left to tribal politicians. I skipped the important part, probably. In short, act, do, assist, share, be socially and environmentally responsible. Take an active role in building our own common something. Piratska Partija BA will not set success in upcoming parliamentary elections in 2014 as a primary goal of the party. Why is it not there? Yeah. It's just typo, I guess. But we'll rather treat this as a target date to come out with propositions for changes in society. 2014. We want to show that the Pirate Party isn't something to do with the internet, but rather something to do with freedom. So thank you. That was the presentation Think Myself. Thank God I managed to read almost all the text that was there. Sorry for the interruptions. But this was the presentation of the Pirate Party of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And have we found Ivan Sirkov from Pirate Party of Ukraine? Doesn't appear so. So we'll postpone it. And here we have the Pirate Party of Estonia on the list. Is here somebody from Pirate Party of Estonia? Here we have him. Do you have presentation prepared for us? Or do you need a computer? Well, we don't really want that, but well, this one is connected to the screen if you want it. Okay, so I would like to ask everybody to speed up. So if you don't really need the presentation, you can. But well, if you have it, you have to put it to this computer. So, okay. He just needs his points to read.
There's just a statement from the previous party that you can visit their website, and presentation is on YouTube with audio. Thank you.
Okay, so will it be possible to have it on the screen with the sound? Because I don't think that if we put it here, there will be sound.
Not sure about it. But maybe I'll ask.
Okay, so I would like you to do this, and now here's.
Hi, my name is Jaan Jänesmäe. I'm one of the members of the board of the Pirate Party Estonia. The Pirate Party Estonia was formed actually as an NGO back in June 2009. Unfortunately, we have had a very inactive old management, but this has changed now. Actually, we had a general assembly in March, 26th of March, and yeah, this has changed. At this point, we have 34 full members, more than 340 followers on Facebook, and more than 660 followers on Twitter. We have faced a couple problems in the past, like the old management. Of course, there are a couple of local laws that require 1,000 members to form actually a political party. And of course the old statutes that the new management has already changed or is going to change really soon. We have helped to organize the ACTA protest quite successfully in Estonia. We were part of the organizing team. We have gained lots of media coverage for all kinds of different and sensitive topics like ACTA or privacy issues. Also, we've organized events to promote the pirate movement. I don't know what else there's to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So, if there's nothing else to say, the best thing is to continue. So, that was the Pirate Party of Estonia. And I would like to invite another speaker from Pirate Party of Belarus, and we are getting to the end quite clearly. So if we have Belarus here, Okay, so where's the... Lola is preparing. So we are trying to prepare a video presentation that will be on the screen. And in the meantime, do we have Pirate Party of Tunisia here? Okay, so I would like to invite you here. Come here and present to us. So the Pirate Party of Tunisia.
Where's the screen connected? Here? Okay, I'll use it. Hello, everybody. Hello from Tunisia. I'm Slima Memou from the Pirate Party of Tunisia. Some of you probably... Thank you. Thank you very much. Some of you probably know me because I at some time I was the highest ranked member of Pirate Party at the government. I was Secretary of State for 4 months. That was fun, actually, more than anything else. Okay, so I'm going to tell a little bit of story. I didn't prepare. Yeah, I will. Okay. I didn't. Or yeah, this is our website. So it's a wiki. Yeah, we're preparing a better website, but it's not ready. We're a new official party, but let me tell you a bit of history. In 2010, we started organizing a little bit like a party, a pirate party, and at the moment there was this revolution at the end in December 2010 that happened in Tunisia. We were part of it, of course. So I did get arrested, and that got us a huge amount of international attention. And of course, some of you helped me personally. I know some of you that protested for getting me out, so I thank you. I take this occasion to thank all the pirates around the world. So after that, the situation changed. I became Secretary of State, and we made. So the first idea was to, under that regime, it was no way that we could make a political party in Tunisia. But the idea was to push the regime at its limits by saying we have this constitutional right, and we'll be enforcing it, and we'll be filming in video all the process in going there and getting arrested and all that stuff. We did that before in a demonstration against internet censorship. After the revolution, the situation changed. It was now possible to make a political party, so we applied. Since 2011, February 2011, we applied multiple times, and it's now that we are an official party in Tunisia. So we don't have, thank you, we don't have a lot of members, but because we don't have the right to have members till now, since we're still not an official party. So this is for the history. Now, what's the process that we've taken to make our party? The main idea was, like probably most of the pirate parties around the world, was to hack laws. So we've begun by taking the laws for political parties in Tunisia, and we read them. The process of making our charter took like 3 months, where we were meeting every week. So we read them all of the laws that concerned us, and we started making charters that could hack those laws and have our own rules and profit from the cracks in the laws. And we came up with a charter which is interesting. Where is it? Why doesn't it work? The mouse pointer. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I just want to click. This is our charter, and you'll notice here, of course, we translated it for the assembly. So here's the link for the translation. Let's go there. Sorry. Okay. So it's a pad, but it's a pretty good translation. So you can see what is our party about. But I make a little resume. And by the way, this pad is interesting. We modified the Etherpad to make it accept right to left, because we write mainly in Arabic. So if someone needs to write right to left, like in Hebrew or in Arabic, the pad is called pad.tn. So what's particular in our party? So our values, first of all. We hate intellectual property, and we have the chance to be in Tunisia where intellectual property is not important. So we want to keep with the statu quo, and we don't want to have laws concerning copyright introduced or enforced in Tunisia. Thank you. Second thing, we think that no politician can represent the people, ever. And so we believe in direct democracy. And we believe that the internet is changing the world, that we need governance systems based on the internet, and we need to build those systems. And if we don't build them, we're doomed. All the world is doomed, and we think that everything that's happening all over the world, all those protests in Spain, in New York, and the revolutions in Tunisia are all of the same movement, because we feel the failure of the elective democracy, and we need something else. So those are our values. So, of course, our charter reflects that. So, for example, like the Pirate Party of Greece, we don't have elected people at our party. Every member has one vote, like everybody else. We have the law imposed on us. We didn't have anything to do about it, but they imposed on us an accountant that manages the accounts and finance of the party. So this guy is not even elected. We give him an accreditation, and we can remove it from him any time we want. So we have a pretty specific system for voting, where every member can decide at the moment of vote and in every vote if he would want to vote publicly or be anonymous in every vote. And we have the other system of accrediting someone for a task, like being the finance, and removing at any time the accreditation to give it to someone else. So this is the specificity of our governance system. Also, to solve the problem of money, we have total transparency in the management of the money. So, for example, of course, one of our main rules is do what you want because the pirate is free. So anyone So any member can speak for the Pirate Party. So he can go on TV and say, I'm the member of the Pirate Party and I'm speaking for the Pirate Party, and do whatever he wants. Until he makes a mistake. And when he makes a mistake, we can say to him, from now on, you don't speak about the Pirate Party. But when he don't make a mistake, he could speak anytime he wants. And the second thing, if you have a project, the party is organized around cells. We have cells that could be regional cells or cells around a subject, like an economic cell or whatever. And if your cell doesn't need funding, you don't have to ask anyone. But if you need funding, if you need money, we have a simple formula of calculating the money. So it's the amount of money we have at the party divided by the number of members, and each member has this amount allocated to his vote. So if you need 1,000 dinars, one vote equals 1 dinar, you need 1,000 votes. It's as simple as that. So that's the way we manage the money at the party. Then the other thing is we hate voting. So all those rules are there to not make us vote a lot. And every decision we make, we keep this discipline on. If someone gets there and say, let's vote on that issue, there's every time someone who says, why we would vote on that issue? Are we sure we want to vote on that issue? Is there not another way to deal with that issue? So one of our main principles is rough consensus and running code. Yeah, because sometimes you vote on issue you don't need to vote on. For example, someone wanted to rent a loft for the party, okay? And he said, let's vote on that. Okay, so I said, you want to rent a loft, so go rent it. No, I don't mind. He said, I don't have the money. Okay, so ask people for the money. Why we have to vote on that issue? So just ask people for the money. If you have enough money, you rent the loft. We don't have to vote on that. So this is the kind of issue we treat by not voting on them. I finished. So what we will do next, this is the last thing. Of course, we will win the elections. The next elections will be... it's not as easy as that. The next election will be in 1 year, and probably we won't win that elections. We're focusing on election in 2020, around 2020, in 8 years. And we plan to be one of the major parts of the parliament, if there is a parliament. So we're focusing right now in enrolling people continuously and training them for the enrollment. So we're focusing on logistics and databases. So we want to have the biggest party database in Tunisia. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
So we have the second try to distant participant from New Zealand and Australia to join us. So please focus on him. So it's on. Try to.
All right, please speak to us. Yeah.
Yep. Can you fix the echo, please? I didn't get a word of that. Perhaps tell him that he doesn't need to listen to himself or something like that. It's our
problem. Probably we'll work on it on a break.
Okay.
No way.
But I must say that this was a significant improvement. So our technical team will continue on solving this issue, and we can go on with the Pirate Party of Florida, who is what? Oh, the video is prepared. Okay, so please.
Yeah, if I can re-ask this question for the Australian delegate, he wants to ask that if there are not I cannot really read the name. If Slech Choke has apparently registered a party in Tunisia, if there is not already one pirate party in Tunisia, if I get the question right.
I think that there is no Pirate Party Tunisia in the PPI yet, if I am correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. So that means there is no Pirate Party of Tunisia in the PPI yet, which means that the PPI can accept one Pirate Party per state. And I don't know the situation. Perhaps could you clarify this, whether there is some other Pirate Party in Tunisia? So we get this straight for the remote delegates.
So it's a question from a remote delegate? Okay. I was not listening. I'm sorry. There is two pirate party in Tunisia, which is a situation common with a lot of other countries. So mainly there is this guy called Sleh Dinkhshok. If you enter into the details of submitting to the government, the first submission was in February 2011. It was by Shamsuddin, which is a member of our group. So let's get back to 2010. 2010, it was the same group, okay? Some part of it was anonymous guys, and there was me and another guy, Shamsuddin, which were not anonymous, and we were supposed to make this application at the government, etc., the administrative stuff. After the revolution, the situation changed, and so we made an application. Shamsuddin made an application, the first, which got refused, the first application. And the other guys, the anonymous guys, got angry. They said, why don't you consult with us? We said, come on, we're pirates. I mean, we don't consult with anyone. If you want to make a pirate, just join. And so this created a conflict. So they continued. They made an application, them too. And we made another application. So now we're in a situation. There is two pirate parties in Tunisia, but it's not a problem because, like I said, they hate us. But it would be a problem if we hate them too. In fact, we don't hate them, so we love them. So it's not a problem. So it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. As I say, a pirate party in a country that there are not at least two pirate parties is not a pirate party these days. So that was the clarification, and I think that we have a video presentation prepared. So I would like the technical team to turn it on and perhaps set the sound as well so that everybody can hear it. Thank you.
video message. We are the community of people who share the idea of ideas of privacy and especially in the free flow of information and direct democracy. It is very important for our country. Belarus do not apply free licenses. Introduced laws restricting the exchange of information, remains a state monopoly on the providing of internet access. Microsoft carries out the laws favorable for the corporation. But the Russian pirates are not indifferent to other problems. Our country is only one in Europe where the death penalty is still in practice. There is no turnover of power for 18 years. Free media remains only in the internet, but the state and the big capital offensive of this last island of freedom. That's why we set ourselves the goal of creating the Pirate Party in Belarus. It's important that everyone knows that it is an alternative to a commercial software, art and existing social model. Today, the Russian state-owned newspapers and television argue that the system which we have is the only possible and almost perfect. The alternative can be only war or house. We believe that is not so. The pirate community all over the world show us how each person can make the responsible decisions and concerning his life and take the responsibility for them. It's very important and interesting experience of Pirate Party in the other countries, and we understand the need of solidarity and cooperation, so we want to join the PPI, and we invite everyone to visit Belarus. You are welcome, and thank you for your attention.
Alright, that was the message from the Pirate Party of Belarus. Thank you very much.
Well, okay, and
can I say something from?
Yes.
It's from Pirate Party from Canada. They just want to state that they don't feel that the Pirate Party of Canada doesn't feel comfortable with the feelings between the two parties of Tunisia, and perhaps they can work things out and make another application next year.
Okay, thank you very much for that input. I can also note that there is this in the statutes of the PPI have the option that the two pirate parties create a federation and apply as the federation. But thank you for the input from the remote delegates, and I would like to suggest that we now, as we announced, have the speech of member of the European Parliament, Miss Amelia Andersdotter. No, I would like, I think that it would be better that we have the speech as announced, and that we would continue right after the speech with the presentation of observer members. So there is just a short note to the situation in Tunisia. Please, like 2 minutes.
Good morning. I represent the Pirate Party of France. I would like to make an input about the situation in Tunisia. We are following the situation closely of what's happening in Tunisia. We know that there is two groups. I was in Tunisia the day before yesterday for some weeks, and I met Slim, and I met the group, the Pirate Party of Tunisia, who submitted the application today. I can tell you from what I've seen and what I've discussed with this group, I'm totally confident it is a proper group to be a pirate party. The other group, I tried to meet them. I did not manage to meet them. They just rain-checked a few appointments. So I don't have anything to say about them. I did not meet them personally. All I know about the other group is what they wrote. as some press release or some mails in the PPI message list. We don't have a very good feeling about this other group, but that's just a feeling, and we did not meet them. The input that I have to say that the Pirate group that is here today for application is absolutely valid as a Pirate party.
Okay, so I would like to invite Miss Amelia Andersdotter here to give her speech. Is Amelia here? Here she comes. Okay. Put the bag down. And here is Amelia Andersdotter?
Yes.
Andersdotter?
Andersdotter.
Andersdotter.
Yes.
Yes, Andersdotter.
Sir, Swedish.
So, the member of the European Parliament for the Pirate Party. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to see so many people here. Many of you I've met before. And it's a happy occasion for reuniting, I guess. So, I was thinking, why are we here? And why am I here? Well, essentially because I'm a member of the European Parliament on behalf of Piratpartiet, the Swedish Pirate Party. I come originally from Sweden, but various quirks in my path of life have led me to spend a considerable time in different European countries. Wow. Various quirks in my path of life have led me to many different European countries, also probably many of yours. I've spent the last 2 years approximately in Belgium waiting to take up my seat. I've been in Germany sometimes, and probably even in some of your home cities. Last year, I went on an excursion to Romania for 2 months, and this was very educational. I spend most of my time, and I dedicate my work mostly to commercial and industrial policy in the field of telecommunications. Having been in many member states have helped me get a quite good view of the difference in these policies over the scope of the Union, and this is currently being useful to me. Now, earlier this week, someone asked me where I want to see the world in 100 years. I realized only maybe yesterday or the day before that actually my vision of the future probably comes somewhat close to the conjoiners of Alastair Reynolds. Anyone here who is a reader of science fiction will almost certainly have ran across them. There are fictional people whose minds are intertwined by nanobots. They share their knowledge, their culture, and their awareness with each other at a permanent level. When they first started their communities, they were seen as outcasts, artists without any real compassion or emotion, that were luring unwilling victims into their ranks and manipulating people away from their true friends. But as the conjoiners learned to deal with the world around them, they became a part of, and even the driving force of actually space colonization, because Alastair Reynolds writes space opera, so it makes sense to have this leading figure there. The conjoiner community today seems very far away. The European Union has 27 member states. We have 27 different telecommunications policies. We have 27 different industrial rights and property regimes. We've come along, in some respects, we've come a long way with integration. So many people here are almost certainly feeling like they're part of an international community. new communication technologies make it so that a normal teenager who's never had a friend abroad at this stage of our information and communication technology development is almost certainly hopelessly uncool. More and more people are connected to the internet. A non-negligible amount of people in the European Union have personal computers in their own homes. In some parts of Europe, we even have several personal computers in a private household. Still, this development is not so much in the hands of the people as it is in the hands of large industries. And the fact is still that the majority of the services and the hardware reaching people are made by relatively few industrial actors operating at the European or even global level. While our assets for promoting sciences and knowledges have never been larger and the prospects for social integration never greater, the vast majority of our political energy is spent promoting industry. A symptomatic issue is the recent directive on unauthorized access to computer systems that I think that some of you are probably already aware of. The contents of the proposal are basically appear to come from German legislation. They're proposing to have a system where hacking tools or system security tools would only be available for use by the people who are previously authorized to use them. The issue of regulating unauthorized access this way, of course, isn't technically new. What actually happened was that the Council of Ministers and the Commission made this regulation already back in 2005, and the only reason it's become an issue again is because we're pushing it through the Parliament, since the European Union now needs to be democratic, and that means the European Parliament needs to have a say. But it's stupid, because when you make a hacking tool or a security tool something that can only be used by authorized personnel or authorized researchers, you're also killing some of that creative joy, which is so very important for a research community and that plays such a large part in our research process. A colleague of mine in the Parliament told me that he felt this regulation was important to be written this way because he didn't want to over-regulate the industry. And of course, he's right. Over-regulating the industry wouldn't be good. I mean, of course, it wouldn't be good if the industry themselves had burdening regulations that made it difficult for them to operate. But in this case, actually, when he's inserting an authorization mechanism, he's not over-regulating the industry. He's badly regulating the public institutions. I'm convinced that with common rules and common frameworks, the cohesion you would get from this in Europe would make sense for us as private persons. But it requires from us as policymakers and as legislators that we're not afraid to regulate well. The industry could use more regulation also in other areas of information policy, such as telecommunications networks. I have another friend in the European Parliament who told me in the context of our discussions on the roaming directive that he didn't feel it necessary to keep the price caps. So the European Union currently has price caps, which means that when I come here with my, no longer Belgacom, I'm actually with an alternative operator in Belgium now, but when I come to Czech Republic, they are only allowed to charge me a certain amount of money for me to have access to a Czech telecommunications infrastructure owner network in wireless communications. He didn't feel this price cap was necessary anymore and preferred to have some type of technical regulation that would enable the telecommunications operators to compete better. I replied that I could sympathize with this point of view, insofar as I could be convinced that the national regulatory authorities of the different member states could actually uphold the more technical regulation. My experiences with the member states is that this might well be the case in some of the Eastern European countries, almost certainly in Scandinavia, and in most of Western Europe, actually it'd be hopeless. We don't have the national regulatory capacities at the member state level in Belgium, for instance, to uphold this type of legislation. My friend in this case, of course, also was worried about over-regulating industry. He wanted a more competitive approach where the telecommunications operators could maybe interact with each other on a market basis. But he failed to take into account that in aspiring for this goal, he would be badly regulating public institutions. In my work in the Industry Committee of the European Parliament, I further had the opportunity of looking at the European Infrastructure Development Funds. They're meant to add European added value to our lives, which means essentially that you pump money into some infrastructure somewhere and then somebody else benefits from it in another member state, hopefully. In many cases, this means giving lots of money to a private entity, because the funds given to an infrastructural project in a member state, and especially some of the more big member states or with more inhabitants, the funds are so large that they need to be given more or less to the incumbent being the dominating actor in a specific industry. The money is normally donated to this incumbent in such a way that they have an exclusive contract to operate on the infrastructure that they built with the public money for a large number of years afterwards. But Spanish daily journal El País, which last year ran an investigation on how large companies, especially in the IT sector, are investing in the development of markets in the European Union, found that the 4 biggest IT enterprises in the European Union, who are often getting sponsored, actually by public money also, to build infrastructure or develop the services of tomorrow, they don't pay any taxes in the European Union, because they are able to put postbox companies in one or a few member states to which they channel all of the profits that they're making in the other member states. And the European Parliament, being a public-minded institution which keeps in touch with many groups from the non-profit sector, from the industry sector, and with citizens, have tried to amend this problem many times, but found resistance with particularly the Council of Ministers. What this shows is basically that our public money now goes into companies that are paying taxes only elsewhere, and that whenever we try to make a change, we're getting stuck on the member states. Because the primary competitors on the European market actually are the member states. It's not the companies. It's the member states that are competing with their tax policies and with their national regulatory authorities. And it's almost impossible to do anything about this because politicians are afraid of over-regulating the industry, and it causes them to badly regulate the public institutions. One of my hopes for the future European Pirate Party, or the future movement and development of information policy in Europe, is that we can maybe step away from this development, that we can go closer to having companies compete on the European market rather than our member states and public institutions, and that we're able to integrate also socially, which we would be able to do if the public institutions weren't keeping us from doing so. It's food, right? It's food time. I want to eat.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is it urgent? Because otherwise we just have to break.
It's just a statement from Pirate Party of Canada.
Maybe we just do it after the break, because I think everybody's hungry.
I just read one sentence.
Okay.
The Pirate Party of Canada stands by its position. If the other Tunisian party hasn't attempted to contact PPI within the next year, then we will consider them having no desire in join. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just the speech of Amelia, it reminded me, when I was in the United States, I was acting in this play Julius Caesar, and every time we would end, nobody would start clapping because they wouldn't know it ended. But it was a great play. There was just this teacher of English literature who was the only one who would start clapping because he would know that this is the last speech in the play. But anyway, the best thing that everybody is waiting for is the lunch, which is about to start. But I still have several announcements just to make clear how we will proceed in the future. So at 13:15 strict time, we will continue with other applications, and there will be the voting block. So the voting on accepting the new members. Also, we need to appoint a person who will take minutes. Is there any volunteer? Okay, so here we have a person who will take the minutes. Okay, so write your name to the pad. Oh, no, I meant like the second person who will check the minutes are correct. Okay, so no more jokes, please. I want person who will take minutes.
Yeah? Okay. Do you have the link for the pad?
Okay, so is any delegate against that we appoint this person to take minutes? Okay, so do we have another volunteer? Well, obviously if there are not two people who volunteer, it's very hard. Okay, great. So is anybody against that? No, I don't see anybody. So we have two people to take minutes. And one last thing for the Czech speakers here. Perhaps I will say it in Czech because it's about the translating machines. Trochu jsme zapomněli na to, že tu máme přístroje na překládání. To znamená, že ty důležité projevy si můžete vyslechnout i přeloženy do češtiny. Máme tady tlumočnici. Takže prosím v tomto boxu po skončení tohoto bloku si vyzvedněte přístroj na překládání. A pak uslyšíte projevy v češtině. So I think that was, the very last thing is that I would like to inform you that you can find the proposals that were proposed on the Pirate Parties International Wiki on the PPI Conference 2012/proposals. So these are the proposals, the motions about the late applications. And now I would like to adjourn the meeting after the end of the lunch break. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
So doesn't seem to be present, so I changed the order in a way. So I open again the meeting, welcome you back, and ask for other parties who might present themselves now. So, Pirate Party of Berlin, are you present? I can't hear a word. So who's doing the representation? Das war der Mikrofon. Name zuerst, Name woher? Nochmal. My name is Michael Hart. Und Knopf. Rot. Das muss leuchten. Wenn es leuchtet, ist okay.
Hello, my name is Michael Hartung. And I'm representing the state of Berlin. And I have no big presentation to bore you. I think everybody knows what the Berlin Pirates achieved. And we have now 2,500 members in Berlin. We have 15 seats in the Parliament of Berlin. And we love to help every other party in Germany, in Europe, in the world to achieve the same thing. And in the name of the huge horde of Berlin pirates, I want to thank you for the very formidable organization of this General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Berlin. I ask again the representative of the Ukrainian pirate group, are you available to present the Ukraine? Obviously not at the moment. So here it is.
Hello, they will be presenting Ivan Sirko from the Pirate Party Ukraine. I will be translating his speech to English from Czech. So it's multi-language, international environment.
Jo. Dobrý den, já se omlouvám, angličtinu mám špatně, proto Jakub radši to bude překládat. Takže
I'm sorry my English is bad, so Jakub will be translating it. And Jakub doesn't have really good memory, so he needs short sentences, krátké věty.
Tak krátká informace o pirátském hnutí na Ukrajině. Teď momentálně máme občanské sdružení, které má za úkol organizaci a registraci pirátské strany v Ukrajině.
So they have a civil society that is supposed to organize and prepare registration of the Pirate Party in Ukraine.
Podle zákonů ukrajinských musíme nazbírat 10 000 podpisů.
According to the law of Ukraine, they have to gather 10,000 of signatures.
Což skvěle říká o tom úrovni demokracie, který teďka momentálně je v Ukrajině.
Which characterizes the level of democracy in Ukraine.
Jinak v Ukrajině hnutí pirátů nebo pirátské jako myšlenky je dost mladé a první kroky, které my jsme začali, tak udělali stránku ukrajinské pirátské české. No není strana, to je jakoby
stránka.
Organizace občanské sdružení.
So the pirate idea in Ukraine is quite recent and young, and the first thing they did is a web page with organization.
Děláme teďka první kroky, první projekty na propagaci Linuxu v škole. Máme teďka projekt, který začali minulý týden a začínáme seznamovat s open space softwarem.
Open source,
sorry. Teďka máme projekt Noeva Archa. To je takový projekt, do kterého různě kulturní dědictví, různě prostě to, co chtěli by přidat do budoucna. A hlavní myšlenkou je to veškeré věci, které do toho dáme, je to volně šířitelné. Je to...
That was quite a long sentence. Okay, so now I think we solved the problem. Like this? Okay. So they are now... Is there any place where I can just talk like without interference? So now they have a project to spread Linux in Ukraine, and they also prepare a project called the Ark of Noah, which is supposed to gather knowledge in open source way.
Jinak pirátské hnutí na Ukrajině dost malý, ale dělá první kroky k tomu, aby o pirátské myšlenky bylo slyšet. Snažíme se psát nějaké články, dávat nějaké informace na televizi, dávat to prostě v rádiu. Máme svůj forum, na kterým pomaličku přichází lidi. Zhruba teďka máme tak 100-120 lidí, kteří začínají každý den jako přidávat a hodně lidí ptají o myšlenkách, o tom, co to je pirátství, kam to pirátství chce a jaký má cíle a tak dále.
So that was even longer. So the pirate movement in Ukraine is quite small at the moment, but it is getting bigger. They have like 120 people who are active, and they have fora, web pages, and people who are taking part in their activities.
No a asi to bude všechno. Proto Pirátské sdružení Ukrajiny požádalo o členství v Pirátském internacionálu, aby bylo vidět, že jsme patříme jako k mezinárodnímu hnutí a že ty myšlenky budeme prosazovat i na území Ukrajiny.
So that is why the Pirate Party of Ukraine requested ordinary membership in the Pirate Parties International, so that it would be obvious that they belong to the pirate movement, and also that they are the ones who will try to enforce the pirate ideas or realize them in the country of Ukraine. Yeah. So I will try to return to my original place, but yes. So, okay, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, me back again on microphone. Next party. Who wants to volunteer? Pirate Party of Lower Saxony, for example. Justus Römet, please.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Justus Römet. I'm from Hanover, which is the capital of Lower Saxony. And I have the honor of presenting Lower Saxony here today, applying for observer membership. Lower Saxony, if you don't know, is a German state in the northwest, close to the Netherlands and to the North Sea. It's quite a rural place, but it has some larger cities. One of the biggest states in Germany in both size and population. And thanks to the recent successes in Berlin and Saarland, the Pirate Party of Lower Saxony was able to surpass 2,000 members last week. So we're growing. We're growing quite well. We have about 20 new applications of members every day at the moment, which is really good, I think. Yeah, what else is there to say? We have horses. We're proud of our horses. They're on our flags too. Other than that, we're just an ordinary German Bundesland state party, I would say. But we would like to connect better with the international
pirates, especially in the Netherlands, because they're our neighbors. And we think that becoming observer members of PPI would really help that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justus. So, Young Pirates of Sweden, are you here back in the room? Not yet. Florida Pirate Party, not present yet, as I can see. So, Muriel, are you here to represent Pirate Party of Galicia? So just to inform you, Muriel represents in her own personality the Pirate Party of Catalonia.
Hi. Okay. So my name is Muriel Rovira Esteva, and I am from Piratas de Catalunya. And I will be making the presentation on behalf of Piratas de Galicia because they couldn't come here today. So, greetings to all pirates of the world. We are Piratas de Galicia, as known as PPGAL. This message has the purpose to introduce you all to a new pirate party recently established 3 months ago over the territory of Galicia, in western Spain and northern Portugal. Just a political party whose fundamental mission is to spread the pirate philosophy in our country, Galicia. We appreciate the offer of our PPCAT fellows to present you this message in our name, and we'd like to thank them publicly for being our godparents since the beginning. We regret not to be able to see us at this General Assembly, though we are following carefully everything is said at this assembly through the internet, and we hope to attend next meetings with all of you to drink up some rum, we mean beer in Prague. Meantime, we are working hard to develop PPGAL as a political party and setting the appropriate resources to its members. We expect to face the elections to the Galician Parliament in less than 10 months, in which we pretend to present our candidature. Therefore, we are pretty busy preparing everything to get ready as soon as possible for the campaign. Despite our absence, we support a global union for the pirate movement. We wish these representatives reach positive agreements to all pirate parties too, and to each one of the people who feels close to pirate ideology. No matter borders, no cultural barriers. Also, we want to state that PPGAL supports a confederation of pirate parties within Spain in order to cooperate together to be represented in these territories and also outside of them. It was anonymously settled in our last assembly of PPGAL, and as a result, we have signed an agreement of intentions to express our wishes to get strong relationships between the pirate parties in Spain. Finally, we'd like to wish you a nice meeting at the General Assembly, and we are pleased to invite you to get in touch with us anytime at our website, piratasdegalicia.org. Cheers and rum.
Thank you very much, Muriel. So again, Florida Pirate Party, not present. Young Pirates of Sweden, Ung Pirat, not present. So I'd like to give our remote delegates to give some statements or whatever, because they cannot participate in the conference today. The only chance to participate is via video conference. Unfortunately, you will have no live stream, just to tell you if the remote delegates will be on screen due to technical problems, but this happens, and I believe that will be solved for the future, but unfortunately not today. So I'll give them the chance.
I think the technical problem is resolved now.
I see. Okay. So you might switch over to one of the remote delegates, and please announce who it will be.
I don't... one guy.
We can hear you.
Awesome. So I'm Travis McCray. I'm from Pirate Party Canada. And I was wanting to speak real fast for the Pirate Party of Florida.
Thank you to Canada. Any other remote delegate who wants to speak to us? No. Again, my question, Florida part was cleared now, in a way. Young Pirates of Sweden again? No. Unfortunately, I'd like to say a short break, and I know there will be a speech to you in about 2 minutes. That should be on schedule. Hopefully, Mr. Lawrence Vandervelde is back in the room. Miss Lawrence. Yeah, Miss Lawrence. Vandervelde is in the room? Not yet. So I will give it a break, and I'll call you back to the General Assembly soon, hopefully. Thank you very much. So I just reopened the meeting again, and I know now we will have the official presentation for the Florida Pirate Party, this time done by Jakub, as Lola is still on the way here. So, but we want to continue. Please do.
Thank you. Florida Pirate Party's words to the PPI General Assembly. Good day, Pirate Party's international delegates. We, at Florida Pirate Party, are sorry that we were unable to send a delegate to our own or create a video detailing our party's stance and role in pirate politics of the United States, and hope this letter will suffice. The Florida Pirate Party has been active in Florida since March 2011. In that time, we have become one of the 2 legally recognized pirate parties in the United States. We have also done a lot of work in furthering the pirate agenda in the entire country, not just Florida. In the middle of 2011, we saw the need for a U.S. pirate primer, a book detailing some of the problems we would fix. To that end, we created No Safe Harbor, a book containing many essays shining light on some of the problems a pirate government would seek to correct. We plan on releasing a second volume this December. As of April 1, 2012, the book has been downloaded nearly 30,000 times. Little by little, we are making our presence known in the political arena. We seek admission to PPI as an observer because we want to join our pirate brothers and sisters worldwide in furthering the Pirate Party movement. Thank you for your consideration. Bradley Hall, Florida Pirate Party.
So, thank you again. Next call again. Young Pirates of Sweden? No. Nowhere. Never mind. But, Miss Lawrence, Vanderwall, are you here now? No. Nobody here. So I'd suggest, we do have a 10-minute break now, because it's needless to carry on at the moment, so I'm very sorry for that.
Jestli jsou tu ještě nějací Češi, kteří chtějí překládání projevu do češtiny, máme tady profesionální tlumočnici, tak prosím vás, přijďte tady do toho boxu tam se vydávají překládací zařízení. Teď bude následovat další projev, takže na to budou potřeba ty překládací zařízení. Teď máte možnost. Just a note about translating machines.
Gut, kann ich nicht ändern. Kannst du noch zurückgehen, dann muss ich bestimmen. Und jetzt nächstes haben wir erstmal eine Rede. Ja. Weil es sind lovely. Thank you very much. But we have to find the problem. Will you do the... I'll give you the microphone then, so you carry on with the call, etc. Sing at the forum, etc. And I need a break. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, I will continue the meeting again. And as I know, we will still have to wait for the young parts of Sweden, but nevertheless, we can continue on. So I will hand over the microphone to Jakub, and he will continue now. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite everybody to the main room. We are starting the voting block. So please, everybody, every delegate should move to this room. And I would like to ask everybody who wants to speak with his mate and so on to move out of the room. So are all the delegates present? Please, can you share this information on the... Oh, I have to remember the microphone instructions. Can somebody call the people there? It's the voting session. Thank you. So first, we need to make sure that the quorum is established. So I would like to hear a report from the remote delegates. What countries are represented remotely at this moment?
So right now, about the voting rights, there's delegates from Austria, which are also proxy for New Zealand, and for Canada is proxying the delegate from United Kingdom. So we have 3 votes.
Okay, so say it once again so we have it in the minutes.
There is delegates from Australia, which also have proxy for New Zealand.
With proxy for New Zealand.
And there are the voting right from Canada was transmitted to be proxy on United Kingdom or England.
Okay, United Kingdom, which is represented here, has the proxy. Has the proxy for whom?
For Canada.
For Canada. Okay, so there are 3. There are. It doesn't matter really who is remote or not for the quorum, but there are 3 countries that we have made sure like this. So now I would like to ask every official member of the PPI, every delegation, that they could say. So we would write it down to the notes. So the Czech Republic is present. I can see Germany, official delegates for Germany. Oh, I will read it from the list. That would be probably the best. Okay, so for the purposes of membership and establishing quorum, I would like the Pirate Party of Austria is here. Is Pirate Party of Austria here? Yes. I can't hear you. They are not. They are not. Okay, that's okay. Not present. Belgium, present. Brazil, not present. Bulgaria. Please, everybody who wants to talk, please leave this room. We need to establish the quorum so that we can vote. Otherwise, we will be sitting here for the rest of the day, which is nothing that I want, and I hope you don't want that as well. Let's now think as a voting machine. We are the voting machine. Machinery starts. Pirate Party of Bulgaria, present or not? Not present. Pirate Party of Canada, represented. Pirate Party of the Czech Republic, present. Pirate Party of Denmark, not present. Pirate Party of Finland, not present. Pirate Party of France, present. Pirate Party of Germany, present. Pirate Party of Ireland, not present. Pirate Party of Italy, present. Pirate Party of Kazakhstan, not present, obviously. Pirate Party of Luxembourg, not present. I don't see Kazakhstan. I didn't get the message from the people. It was in the beginning. I think that if you can send a message, that's okay. But Pirate Party of Luxembourg is not present. Okay, well, he's not present here. Pirate Party of Morocco, present. Great. Pirate Party of Slovenia, not present. Pirate Party of New Zealand, represented. Pirate Party of Portugal, present. Pirate Party of Romania, present. Great. Pirate Party of Russia, present. Pirate Party of Serbia, present. Pirate Party of Spain, okay, but I mean, why did you leave with the paper? Why did he leave with the paper? Pirate Party of Switzerland, present. And Pirate Party of UK, present. So I would like, if my assistant could count the number. Spain, Pirate Party of Spain is there, who is the delegate for Pirate Party of Spain? Who is the delegate? Where is he? He's not present. So can we please add up the number of present Pirate Parties? Where? Well, can somebody go there and tell him that if... Oh, Lola Voronina finally came. Great. It's 14:22. You are late. Okay. Your what? Where is your stuff? Well, in your bag. Yes. So there are 18. Yes, Spain. I haven't seen the delegate. So there are 18 present members, or represented through remote voting.
Just a question. You read Australia is not present, or
Australia is remotely present, right?
Yes. All right.
Yes.
So.
Okay, we have Australia. Australia.
I will sit at the beginning and tell if I see people that I know that are representatives of parties
Okay,
that are not
okay.
here, I should send them to you, okay?
Okay, Pirate Party of Spain. Pirate Party of Spain is present. Okay, so please get your voting cards now. Or who doesn't have the voting card? Where's your voting card? Okay, so come here, please. Come. Every delegation that lost or doesn't have its voting card will vote here directly, so that we make sure that there are no double votes and no flaws in the procedure. So all other delegations have their voting cards. Okay? So I think that we established the quorum, because there are 19 present or remotely present, or 20 countries remotely present. And now we will... Okay, so can you calculate? Please recalculate it. Is Thomas Gall somewhere here? Just need a little bit assistance, because I don't know how it was prepared, whether we should vote with the cards or with a ballot paper. But I think we'll vote with the cards. So now we will vote on the members that sent 18. There are 18 present pirate parties. So quorum is established, as the quorum is 1/3. Okay, enough of this. We will vote on the pirate parties, and I would like everybody to be quiet during this, except if they are voting. And I need somebody who would calculate the votes. Volunteer? Thank you very much. So we have a volunteer. Is anybody against this new scrutator? Do we need a second one? Yes. So another... Do we have another volunteer? Yes, there. Great. Thank you very much. So I would like the scrutators to always count the number of people and tell me the numbers. And I will, if the numbers agree, they will be written to the minutes. Okay? Thank you very much. So I need my list with the... Is this a complete list?
These are the ones in time.
Okay.
But you have to announce the procedure that it will be decided after the change statutes.
Okay, so the voting procedure is that tomorrow there are also statutes amendments, and if the statutes get changed in somewhat that it will affect the membership, there will be another vote, and perhaps countries that didn't get to the list today because they didn't fill the application in time, or the rules concerning this thing will be clarified or changed. That will be voted tomorrow after the statute amendments. So now we have 4 applicants that were sent in time. That's the Pirate Party of Greece, Pirate Party of Croatia, Florida Pirate Party, and Pirate Party of Lower Saxony. The last 2 are observer members. Okay? Yes. So first we will vote on the ordinary members. Okay? So are people from Greece here? Great. And Croatia? Great. So that means that after we finish this vote, you will get the voting power as well, if I'm correct. If you are accepted, of course. So please be quiet. We come to the vote. Vote ordinary membership of Pirate Party of Greece in the Pirate Parties International. Who is for this proposal? Please raise your card. For. Please raise your card. Don't put it down. We have too many scrutators, and each of them has different results. So, now it's 18. I don't speak German so good. So, yes. So now it's 18. Okay, so please, when you raise your, should be clear. Make sure it's straight up, okay? And thank you very much. So that's 18 votes for. Who is against? Please raise your red card now. I don't see anybody, so it's 0. Oh, remotes are there. They are represented. So, and they've already voted for, so it's kind of okay. And somebody abstained. I don't see any. I don't think so. So I think that Pirate Party of Greece was accepted. Congratulations. Which technically means that they can vote now, right, as well. So get your card, and we are going to proceed to the vote on the ordinary membership of the Pirate Party of Croatia. Okay, so is the card ready for Pirate Party Greece? Okay, good. So can we vote? Who? Can we get Pirate Party of Greece get their card? That's why now I finally found out why all the votings were done at once last time. You always learn. So, Pirate Party of Greece have their card. Great, I see it. So, which doesn't need clapping. Okay. So, we are voting on the ordinary membership of the Pirate Party of Croatia. Who is for this proposal? Please raise your green card. I don't. English. 21. Yes, that's the amount I got. So it's 21 for this proposal. Please, thank you. Who is against this proposal? Please raise your red card now. I don't see any, so it's 0. Who abstained? Nobody. So, I therefore declare that Pirate Party of Croatia was accepted as an ordinary member. So please get your card. Okay, so didn't get the point. Please, can we get one green card and one red card for the Pirate Party of Croatia? Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to, as far as I know, there were no other applications in time. The other applications will be solved later. So, yes, so now we are moving to the observer members, which do not have the right to vote, which means that the procedure will be a bit quicker. There are the Pirate Party of Florida and Pirate Party of Lower Saxony. These are the candidates for observer membership. So, does the Pirate Party of Croatia have its voting card? Great. Therefore, please quiet, please, in the room. We proceed to the vote. The observer membership of Florida Pirate Party. Who is for this proposal? Please raise your green card. Okay. Do we have the count? I have also 21. Okay, so 21. The 21 are for this proposal. Who are against this proposal? Please raise your red card. I don't see any, so it's 0. Anybody abstained? No. So the Pirate Party of Florida was accepted as an observer member of the Pirate Parties International. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the last application that was sent in time, and that's Pirate Party of Lower Saxony, who is applying for observer membership. Please raise your card, your green card, if you are for this proposal to accept. Yes, 21. 21 votes for this proposal. Thank you. Who is against this proposal? Please raise your red card. I don't see any, so it's 0. And the Pirate Party of Lower Saxony was accepted as an observer member of the Pirate Parties International. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much that we got over this. It was because of the remote delegates who wanted to go to bed. Well, good night to the remote delegates who are going to bed right now. We greet all the parts of the world. And now it's time for the speech, as I think. Perhaps Thomas Gall will introduce it.
Yeah, and I'd like to welcome Mrs. Laura van der Waal, who's political advisor at the European Parliament for the Greens EFA group. And you're welcome, and hopefully you will give us a good speech. Thank you very much.
I'll do my best. Thank you. Hello. So first of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting me here. I'm not a member of the Pirate Party.
I'm not a member of any political party, by the way, but I've been an advisor to the Greens in the European Parliament on telecom issues, research issues, internet, patents, intellectual property since late 2000. So that means that the first dossier I ever did is the telecom package, the first telecom package, not the one you might know about because of the 3 strikes. And at the time, I was working with a really young German MEP whose name is Ilka Schröder, but everybody has forgotten this girl since then. And I think when I see you today, if it was now, she would definitely be with the Pirate Party. At the time, she was made ridiculous in the industry committee of the European Parliament for saying that there was a need for universal access to the internet and that there should be measures taken by the public authorities to ensure that everybody would have the right to access to internet. And the other members of the parliament, I can still see the scene, they turned back to her and they laughed like, this is really ridiculous. And I mean, we knew we were right, but it has taken about 10 years to develop. So I've also worked on the Software Patents Directive, which was called actually the Directive on Computer-Implemented Inventions. And that was the directive that provoked the first social movement about an issue that was perceived like an issue that was for geeks, that was not political, and it created such a wave of actually geeks coming to the European Parliament, making demonstrations and telling to MEP, I care for this, you're running my business, you're running me being a software developer. That in the end, this directive was rejected after a fight of 4 years. This directive was rejected by about 700 votes in favor of rejecting the directive. And the business that was in favor of the directive, which was mainly Microsoft, they were so afraid that we would win a good text against the software patents that they allied with us against having this directive at all, which means that today there is still a lot of legal uncertainty about patents on software. But that's another issue. So I would describe myself as having been a bridge in the European Parliament for the geek community to help them to lobby. I know some of you don't like the word lobby, but that's another debate, to help them to inform the members of the parliament and to explain that this is not about technology, this is about shaping the world that we want to live in tomorrow. So, thank you. I wanted to quote the conversation amongst the commissioners that took place on the 8th of May, about the 8th of March, about ACTA, because I think this symbolizes the work that is ahead of us. So the commission, it's available on the internet, I can give you the link, but basically it's a conversation among Barroso, De Gucht, Kroes, Reding, and Barnier about, what do we do now with ACTA? And they don't understand what it is about, and they they feel really embarrassed by what they call social networks, as if it was like Facebook that was giving them some problem. And they identify it not as a failure of industrial policy or not as a failure of how to deal with the internet, but as a communication failure. And it's written like black and white in the minutes of this public document that they have given instructions to their services to adapt the communication, like they're going to save ACTA by adapting the communication. It's quite fascinating. And in the end, you see in the document that it is actually Barroso who gives the order to De Gucht to convince the parliament to join in the referral to the Court of Justice, because very clearly it's a strategic move to delay ACTA, to delay the vote of the parliament on ACTA, because they're just afraid. So I think what I can do here, which is useful, is to explain a little bit how how politics in the European Parliament is made. And I don't want to give a lecture because that's extremely boring. But there is a really nice brochure by Edri that explains it all. I can show it to you. And also I wanted to say that if you want me to explain technical things about the Parliament, we can have a coffee and I explain you how it works, really how you can input. So my message is twofold. On the one hand, by doing the Pirate Party, you provoke a change in the political scene and you force those who thought it was not important or who were trying to find the right balance between the right holders and freedom on the net and all that bullshit. You force these people to take a clear position. And I've already seen this in the Green Party, where very clearly those who have been manipulated by the right, those who pretend that they want to save the artists and the artists need remuneration and so on and so forth, they are already being questions about really what they mean. Because, clearly the question lies with the enforcement. That's another debate. So the EU law is extremely technical. So I would really advise that when you want to say something to the European Parliament, just go. It's made of people. These people, they're actually paid by your taxes. It's their job to listen to you. You address them, explain to them. A lot of you have a lot of technological expertise that they don't have. So they go, explain, be genuine. And don't think that the lobby has so much money that you cannot do anything, because I think clearly when you see the lobbyist of the Motion Picture Association, who's earning €5,000 a month to help MEPs and the Commission to write those laws that just destroy our freedoms. So when you see a lobbyist like this, and when you see someone who comes because he cares, you would be amazed by the impact you can have on the lawmaking. It's a democracy. Impact in the lawmaking process. Go for it. Don't let it happen. Thank you. So the problem, of course, I understand, is that it's a very complex machine. And the transparency is not always there. So transparency is the word that has come up regularly in the introduction of the national pirate parties. This morning I thought that was really interesting. In the European Parliament there is a move to less transparency that should be denounced. And that was caused by the reform of the plenary session that was done because they wanted basically to have less amendments in the plenary and to solve the problems in the committee. That means that when a text comes to the plenary now, where it gets the media attention, basically you cannot change the text anymore. And that's the serious breach of democracy, I think. Then that means the text is done in the committee, and in the committee you don't have any recording of the way people vote. So people are just not accountable in the committee. They do what they want. If there is not someone to watch and to report, which is also very difficult, you don't know how your MEP has voted. Also in committees, the texts are very often negotiated in small informal meetings where inputting is very difficult, inputting from outside. And it's also difficult for people like me, when you are in a smaller committee, to leak the text to the civil society, because if the text is negotiated among 4 persons, including me, if the text is leaked, everybody knows who leaked the text. So it can be difficult sometimes. So that would be definitely something to put on the agenda of your European request. So that leads me to the conclusion. I would really think that you guys should work on a common European platforms for the European elections. It doesn't matter if you have no formal EU pirate party right now. You don't need really to have that in a legal form to go for it, to make a European platform, to gather your common ideas, like in the form of a charter or something, and to come up united at EU level with key requests. And that would, I think you could do a lot of media work with that. But also you would strongly contribute to shifting the political agenda where you want to, and you would really make an impact. And again, here I'm available if you want to have more technical information about European political parties, European foundations, and everything. You know, it's actually my job as an advisor to Amelia Andersdotter. Thank you.
Might be.
What?
Shall I?
Okay.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very enlightening speech. So, question and answers. You are invited to answer any question you want to have now. Otherwise, we don't. No questions. So, no questions. Thank you again. And I would suggest a 10-minute break, so we meet up again at 1500 for the EU panel back in this room. Thank you very much.
Oh, there one more thing. There will be open space table or whatever, something that you can write your issues on. We will bring it here and we will put it there on the window. So if you have any topics for open space, use that thing that will be there, and you can write your topics there, and they can be discussed during the EU session. Not everybody has to participate in the EU session that will start after that. So it will be there. You can use it. Thank you.
Excuse me. As the court is currently ruling on the admission or the possible admission of late applicants, we would ask from each pirate party that has published a late application, if you want to make a statement to the court, you can send one delegate to the court to make a statement. So we are sitting in that special guest rooms, and if you want to make a statement, please find us and we'll hear you.
Just a short announcement. There will be open space starting in a few minutes in the conference rooms down there on the left. You see what issues are being discussed on the panel. If you want to add some of your ideas, you can add them to the panel with the time, with the subject, and then you can find some space on the other room and discuss it in smaller groups if you want to during the next few hours. So put your ideas on a piece of paper and put them on the board so people can see when you're doing what and where. Thank you. In here we will have the panel on EU discussions.
Big check. All right. I'd suggest we go further with the program that we wanted to discuss now. So if you would please slowly stop your conversation or move it to the other room, that would be very nice. I have no authority whatsoever, apparently. Okay, please listen. Okay, I'll just start. So, for now we want to discuss the Pirate Party Europe situation or idea for about 1 hour. Then Cory Doctorow is going to give us a keynote. Ja, werde ich gleich sagen. Yeah. And at half an hour later, we will continue with the Pirate Party Europe. Next to the Pirate Party Europe discussion, there's also, as we said, open space up for discussions. And? Vielleicht I'm not sure how it works exactly. I'm one of those persons.
There's a wall.
Who's the moderator? Where are the others? Other moderators?
Just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, okay. Where's Jakub? Jakub? Okay, I'll try to explain the open space. So we have this beautiful wall over there where you can put up your ideas on things that you want to discuss. At the moment, I think the only thing that has been put up there is ACTA. I will take a look.
Ja, weil eigentlich ist anders. Ich weiß nicht, wie die das geplant haben.
Ja, ich auch nicht. Ich weiß aber nicht,
Normalerweise hast du einen Workshop, da hast du einen Marktplatz, die Leute stellen ihre Ideen öffentlich vor, weil sonst guckt da keiner drauf.
Ja,
Das
okay.
funktioniert nicht.
Ah, okay.
Dann gehen die Leute, die dich nicht interessieren, halt für was anderes in die andere Runde.
Ja, genau, machen wir das
aber
so.
das kann man, das geht so nicht.
Okay, wer ist Dara? I think it's a she. Is she here somewhere? No, okay. Alright, so we wait another few minutes until the ideas are put up, and then we can discuss them, and people can present their ideas to you, and then you can decide if you want to discuss some of their things or the European Pirate Party discussion. Okay, dann fange ich jetzt an. Ja, fang einfach an. Was kriegen wir? Alright, I'll just start with the European Union Pirate Party discussion. So, first of all, I would like to ask if anybody disagrees that I lead this discussion. It doesn't seem to be the case, which is great. Okay. A few months ago, or even I think last year, there was a mailing list set up that was supposed to make the coordination of the election of the European Parliament in 2014 better coordinated between the different pirate parties. The structure was set up, or this mailing list was set up a bit independently of PPI, even though it sort of falls in that domain. on that mailing list, and also on the PPI mailing list, very soon the idea became apparent that maybe we should try to start organizing the foundation of a European Pirate Party. What exactly that means and how exactly that could look like is something we would like to discuss with you now. Again, for people that are not interested in the European Union, there's a lot of things going on in the other rooms. Please look at the wall and then decide if you want to participate in any of those things. So, the discussion we had about the Pirate Party of Europe was, first of all, there was a discussion, do we need it or not? Which is something we will go a bit more into detail, I think, but this is something that has been discussed a lot as well. The second question was, if we do want a Pirate Party of Europe, how should it be set up? Who should be a member? Who should be not a member? What kind of structure should it have? And we will discuss these things as well. And the second option is, of course, if we decide that we do not need a European Pirate Party, how do we coordinate the election campaign in 2014 anyways, or do we not need to coordinate it? Those are the things that we will discuss with you now. So, zeitlich noch weiter, also was wir gemacht haben, oder? Okay. Ich habe gerade einen Brain Freeze. Okay. So most of us agree that a Pirate Party of Europe would make sense. That's like most of the people on that mailing list agreed on that. Even though there were some voices against it. And in order to prepare this, we set up a number of tools. We had this mailing list, as I said. We have 2 different pad structures where we try to coordinate the discussion better and organize it a bit better. And then we also made a blog in order to present this idea in a more accessible way for people that do not have the time to read the mailing list or to click themselves through all the pads. And our idea was to just use the blog posts that we posted as a structure for the discussion. Okay. And I think I'll just start with that. What we also did was we made a survey. Steffen made a survey. Thank you for that. Asking people about their opinions already. So we already have some sort of, it's not representative, of course, but we have some idea how the opinions could look like on the different issues. So first of all, this was the first blog post, which was just an introduction. Okay, the first real blog post with any content was why do we need a PPEU, in which we try to sum up why we think that we need that a PPEU or something like a European Pirate Party is needed. Just for clarification, we haven't decided on the name yet. PPEU is just the working title that most people thought would be appropriate. Whether it should be called Pirate Parties of Europe or Pirate Party of Europe is also up for discussion. Again, that's something we don't need to discuss right now, I think. The first question, of course, is why do we need to set up an organization that is international next to PPI? And the idea behind that, why we think that is a good idea, is first of all because PPI at the moment is very Eurocentric. And as people from other continents have often complained, not so easy accessible for people from the Americas or people from Oceania. So the idea of a pirate party of a PPEU would mean that PPI could then concentrate more on a global scale and would leave Europe a bit alone, and it would then help PPI to really set the structures effectively. And also could help PPI to organize conferences also outside of Europe, which we haven't had yet, but which is something that has been repeatedly asked for. Yeah, second. Yeah. Second of all, we think that the European Pirate Party would help us organize us on the level of the European Union, on the political level in the European Parliament better, especially if you consider that there's a good possibility that in 2014 there will be more than one pirate party in the European Parliament. So, in order to, first of all, have people in the European Parliament that are from the pirate party that have worked with each other before, that would be of benefit, we think. Then that people in the European Parliament from us that have like a common program would also be of benefit, that we don't look like we are like just a collection of random people, but actually a political movement, because I think we are a unified political movement. And furthermore, it would give us more access if it's set up and if we are successful in the long run. A European Pirate Party structure would give us more access to financial help from the European Union. And we think that, well, money rules the world in a way. We should take advantage of that too. Workforce nochmal ansprechen? Workforce ansprechen? Also so jetzt, wie es gehen soll, oder worum es jetzt weitergeht? Alright, then let's do maybe a short question round. What is your idea about the European Pirate Party? Do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's a bad idea? That was too fast, sorry. Do you think that is something we should strive for, or are you totally against it because you think that it would take away too much workforce, work power that is needed elsewhere on the national level or on the PPI level? So if you want to say something to that, please raise your hand and we'll give you a microphone.
Check. All right. Question one: is there a legal reason to do it, to have a European structure, or would it be okay to participate as the PP International and let the rest of the world have a word in European politics as well? Actually, that's the only question.
So we don't need a PPEU to run in the European elections. We were running at 2009. The Swedish Pirate Party was running, and the German Pirate Party was running, and a few more. So we don't really need it legally to run in the elections. But we will be successful in the 2014 European Parliament elections. And after being successful, we need to start negotiating with the other MEPs, with the other groups. And if we are not organized and try, like we have 15 MEPs, everyone tries to discuss with all the groups, it's not going to work. We're not going to gain any influence, so we need to get organized. Also, it's about funding. It's about funding from the EU. We can get money for that group, and we're talking like 200,000 euros plus a year. But we need a legal entity in one European country, in one EU country, to be eligible for that money. That's why we need a legal entity here.
Okay.
I would like to add to that of course, if we use the PPI on the European level like that, the complaints about PPI being very Eurocentric are going to increase, I think, and that's something we should take into account as well if we discuss it like that. Yeah. Over there.
Charlie from Switzerland. I wondered whether we should. The goal is to support for the European election, and whether it was not a good idea to open an office at the European Parliament with 2-3 people, but the PPI would do it, because I heard that when you want to create a structure with the Pirate Party EU and accept members outside the EU, it would become the same as the PPI, in fact. And I would suggest that we open an office in Brussels and to make the experience like this with the same structure, so we wouldn't split the energy of the people.
If you want to open up an office, then you need money for the rent and for the people that sit there and work and do their stuff. That cannot come from PPI right now, because PPI does not have any money. You have to give that money to PPI. The good thing about having a PPU, they would get EU funding.
But why this difference? Because I read that you would accept people or countries outside the European Union.
Yeah.
So why would the European Union give money to the PPEU?
Because it has EU members.
But PPI has EU members as well.
I think the difference is also if you think about what is PPI supposed to do. And I think the basic idea of PPI was to connect pirates all around the world, like we're doing now, like you have able also tonight and last night, of course, to network. And the second thing was to help people set up new parties and to be accessible to all the different pirate parties, which is, I think, part of the reason why we decided not to take any member fees, and that's why we don't have any money, obviously. And if we would set up PPEU, we could say we want member. That's of course like a discussion we need to have. That's nothing that is decided already. But if we will do that and take membership for that, new parties will not automatically join because they don't want to pay, or parties that are against taking membership fees. But at the same time, it would just create a duality and would have a different job than PPI. We could of course say PPI should have that job too, but that would take resources from the original job of PPI away, the way that I understand it at least.
There's a request from... so we put it on.
Hi, I'm Julia from Germany. First...
We have distant request first.
There was a request by a remote candidate. Julia, is it okay if we take that first?
Oh, of course.
So introduce yourself and speak.
Okay, we can see you and we can not hear you yet, but... Technical staff, what is happening?
We cannot hear him, but I can ask this question for him because it's not a hard question. It's a question if it will be a pirate party of the whole Europe or just the European Union. If you're thinking about Europe as just the European Union or the whole continent, because it comes from party of Bulgaria, I think, but they are in European Union too. Okay, never mind.
Well, that's something we need to discuss. That's nothing that we, as the people that are interested in it, can decide. All the parties have to vote on that when we have the statutes. That's something we can discuss now here. There's, for both opinions, there are good reasons, I think. I think the tendency is a bit going to the direction that we say we do not exclude non-European Union countries totally. So at least observer membership for them seems to be what is what people think. Many people also think that a normal membership for countries like Norway or Switzerland would make sense, or for new countries that are becoming part of the European Union, like Serbia, for example.
So most of the people that were in the discussion so far said we want to include all European pirate parties.
Okay, I'm Julia, I'm from Germany, and first, there was a survey about those questions, and where can I get the
results?
Results, exactly.
We didn't want to publish any results before Prague.
Okay.
Because it was only started a few days ago, and we want to keep the survey running a few more days. But until yesterday, we had 170 participants, and I have the preliminary results printed out. And if you want to have any
okay, it would
answer,
make sense to promote it here, right?
To
promote
the survey,
yeah.
or to give any answers
No,
already?
to promote the survey that the people in the room that didn't participate.
Yeah, that would be great if
maybe
all pirates in Europe would participate. That would
on
be
Twitter.
Great.
Yeah,
on Twitter.
maybe you can tweet that.
And,
anyway, I would apart from that, I would contribute some stuff. First, I think it's important to have a European Union party, like a real party, because as we know in Europe or in the European Union, we have the problem of a really fragmented public. So we have parties, social democratic parties in all of whatever parts of the European Union, but we don't have a European party, like a real European party. And I think this is really a good chance for the pirates to do so, and it's a really important development within whole Europe that we have a party that talks on the behalf of whole European Union. I think this is really important because we have to consider that in 2014 it is really our obligation to give the people of the European Union a strong opposition and a strong voice for liberty, civil rights and participation in democracy, especially in the European Union, which has a huge lack of democracy. So I think for me it's the best decision to say we try to form a real European party. I don't know if that's already the case somehow in Europe, in the European Union. And then we include all the European countries which have which are going to be part of the European Union or which are trying to, or just a part of Europe, like Switzerland, for example. So I think this is really important because it's not just about coordinating. It's not about, coordinating all the pirate parties in Europe. It's about rocking this election in 2014 because this is not only important for us, it's important for the whole world. And I really, really want to emphasize that we have to think about that. We need a strong pirate party, a real party for the election 2014 because this could change really the world, not only Europe.
Thank you. I think the next one who put up the arm was Mikolaj, actually.
Okay.
Oder? Mikolaj, also er auch? Okay.
Mikuláš Ferenčík of the Czech Pirate Party. I think the question we have to ask ourselves first is whether we want to go to the European election campaign 2014 jointly. I think that's the first question where we should start. I think most pirates agree with this position, but we should sort of confirm it first. The second question would be if we want to do it formally or informally. So on the side of the Czech Pirate Party, we think that till 2014 it seems more sensible to go for the informal way, perhaps under the patronage of the European members of parliament of the Pirate Party, and just concentrate on the election campaign and do it through task forces and informal coordination. And then the third question should be if we decide to do it formally or informally, how to do it. So I think we should follow this line, and so it will make more sense, and we won't spend time unnecessary debate about details which are premature.
Okay, just let me give you. Okay, The remote delegates?
Answer first.
Shall I pass it too?
You answer first.
Okay, so let me give you the answer from the survey, because we asked for that. Do you think the PPEU is needed for coordinating the 2014 European Parliament election campaign? And 58% of the people said yes, it should be independently from PPEI. 16% said the work can be done by an informal task force. 6% said it should be PPI that coordinates that campaign, and 18% said that should be bilaterally. So a little more than half said PPEU is responsible for that.
Who are the respondents?
That's 170 respondents from all kinds of countries, from Germany, Luxembourg. I know it's like probably 20 countries. Shall I read them?
We should add that the survey was unofficial, of course. There's nothing that we say we can decide on the survey, but it shows a bit of a Meinungsbild, how do you say in English? A tendency, okay.
So we have a distant participant again speaking, I hope. So wait for him.
Hi. I'm Party Australia. Party Australia supports the concept of a party for the purposes of an EU election, but not a party for Europeans in general. Stephen from PPUK wanted to say he'd go further to say it should be EU member countries, not just European countries, with a sort of observer status for countries aiming to become EU members. Because we see any other European group would essentially defeat the purpose of PPI.
Thank you. To Australia. I think you were the... Okay. I think we should just collect some answers for now, because there's nothing we can really answer to that yet, but we'll take that into account, what the Australian opinion. Thank you for that. I think you were the next one who...
I mean, just a quick point. I'm obviously an American, but I would actually strongly put forward that, I mean, I understand everyone wants to be inclusive, and you have already a very inclusive Pirate Party International. I would put forward a very strong point that the Pirate Party Europe should basically be based out of people who are eligible to run members for European Parliament and exist primarily to coordinate those. And I can say as an American, primarily because from an international level, if you look at the stuff going on with ACTA, but also looking beyond ACTA, looking to what's going to come out of the recent ITU negotiations and whatnot, most of the really threats to the internet will happen on a global level, and the only power block which can possibly influence this in a coordination with the Pirate Party's values and missions is probably, to be honest, the European Union. And the way you're going to do that is by getting MEPs into Parliament and coordinating them very successfully. And that's going to require a bit more organizational structure with a very different goal than the Pirate Party International. So therefore, as an American, it makes sense to have a Pirate Party European Union to coordinate MEPs.
Because it's hard for us to see who put up their hand first. I think it's easiest if you just stand in line. But we'll just go to Stefan and then we'll have a line. Maybe you can try to see now like who was first. So just go there and then.
I want just to say just quick technical thing. If we can say the name and the party before we speak. So
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm also Julia from Germany. I'm from the Young Pirates. First of all, I agree that we should have a Pirate Party EU with the EU, that is limited to EU countries for the simple reason that I think the main goal of this organization would be to come up with a common party platform, to agree on the program that with which we want to run for the European election. And if we do not have a common program, I think probably most of you agree with that already, but since the question was raised, we definitely need a common political platform, because otherwise the whole purpose of the EP is kind of defeated. We have parties there that follow certain ideologies. If we do not work together in coming up with a party platform, then we would run the risk of the MEPs basically representing their own countries, but not representing the politics of the Pirate Party.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Pedusa from Catalan Pirates. And, well, I would like to say that limiting the scope to the European Union would be a little bit unfair, because there's plenty of countries that are in process of joining, and there's countries that will never join, like Andorra, but they are ruled by European laws. Then I would like to make it clear that we must build something for the EU election, and we need some kind of coordination for that thing, of course. And that should be a project of PPEU, but it shouldn't be the only project of PPEU. And then another statement. We are almost there in order to get public funding from the European Union, but not because of MAPs, but because of Austria national elections. Once you have representatives in 4 countries of the European Union, you can access to this public funding. But you need to have a formal organization. And that's going to happen probably before 2014. So we need a formal structure.
So I'm Baptiste Marcel from the Pirate Party of France. My personal opinion follows approximately a few things that have been said before. We need a formal body. And what I will add is we need something that has a meaning. So a European party that is matching what's happening in the European Union, and a Pirate Party that asks commitment from its members. We are all here for a reason. We abide by a certain of ideas, and I expect people to find, to identify what ideas we have in common, and these ideas to be set as a common pole for the European Party. There is another thing that I would like to say. I understand that this is PPI. It's not only Europe. And I understand what would be the feeling of people from outside Europe who can see us here today debating about Europe. I would have the same feeling if the PPI would spend one afternoon, or, okay, not one afternoon, 1 hour on discussing about, for example, a South America Pirate Party. I would be like, okay, this is PPI. We can really make it work, European parties together. And what the Pirate Party of France would like to offer is to make a kind of political congress or big gathering of European party where we can all discuss that together with enough preparation and our proper mind to build this European party idea. So what I want to finish is that France is offering to host next year a European Congress for Foundation of European Party. It's just an offering. I know that a lot of countries would be happy to also offer to host that. So we're just saying that we're here, it's okay. We will continue this discussion offline, and we will come back to you, and we'll try to set up something.
Baptiste, about having more time to discuss the stuff or so. The idea of the PPEU has been discussed for 1 year now. Has been discussed in mailing lists. Has been discussed in different mumbles and so on. So you might have come late to the party, but the party was already going on. Now, sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not participating in the discussion in the mailing list. Maxime, co-president of Pirate Party France, is the one participating, engaging all this discussion. He's currently busy in the court of arbitration. This is why I took on me to take the microphone and explain to you what he would have said. The France is following this discussion carefully. Not me, it was just him. Sorry.
So, and about the Pirate Party Europe, I think it all boils down to knowing what is your vision of Europe. The Catalans said their vision of Europe is bigger than the European Union. That's my personal opinion too. Therefore, reducing the Pirate Party of EU to only those countries that are part of the EU is very short-sighted. In my opinion, the PPEU should be the party for the European pirate parties. And my vision of the EU sometime in the future is that all European countries are part of it. We are an international movement, and the Pirate Party of EU would only be a small subset of this movement, but it should be a whole European subset of it. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Mattias Björnemalm. I'm a member of the Swedish Pirate Party, and I work as an assistant for our MEP, Amelia Andersdotter. Working on the inside of the European Union, I have a totally different view on what the utility of a European political pirate party would be. I can understand that you're all thinking about elections, how we should win the elections, how we should coordinate for the elections. I think that can be done in a million of ways. We don't need a formal structure for that. We only need to communicate. Actually, any type of formal structure would include voting. It would include some people being unhappy about their point of views being voted down. Any kind of informal structure will probably go much longer towards a joint platform for the elections. After the elections, suddenly everything changes. We will have MEPs from different countries in the European Union. Currently, there's 2 pirate MEPs. We see a need for coordination between those 2 MEPs. I spend 2 hours every week coordinating with that other office. Add another MEP, add another MEP, and another MEP, and the need for coordination grows incredibly. That means that the utility of a European political pirate party would be to coordinate those MEPs inside the European Parliament. And that means that whether such an organization will be useful or not will depend entirely upon how useful those MEPs think that organization is. There is no way the organization can set the political agenda for those persons. The European Union has strict regulations saying that the MEPs vote according to their own conscience. You cannot have a European political party that they are bound to abide by. They will vote in accordance with their beliefs, regardless of what we think. The only way we can hope is that we manage to elect the right people with the right beliefs. We cannot impose a structure upon them. But we can give them a useful tool to coordinate and to negotiate with other entities within the parliament. Because as individual MEPs, they will have very little influence. But as a group with a way of representing themselves as a group, they will have a bargaining power when they do politics inside the union, when they try to change the legislation. So from the perspective of someone in the inside, you should build an organization based on how it can be useful for those MEPs that you elect into the parliament, more than how to elect people into the parliament, because we will manage to elect people into the parliament regardless. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, I'm Victor from Germany. I think we have to divide the questions. On the one side, we have a formal structure for the EU Parliament. So we need a kind of organization form for this term, like 2 winning for the election 2014. On the other side, we want to reunion the whole continent. So we need another structure to informally put together all the European countries who couldn't be in the Parliament now. So maybe you have to divide the question between one formal structure for the EU Parliament and one informal structure for the EU at all. So please, let's question one direction how we can create a sensible election for 2014, and in another direction how we can create a real communication between the pirate parties in Europe. That's all.
Hello, my name is Jakub Michalek. I'm from the Czech Pirate Party. We in the Czech Pirate Party are, of course, looking forward to running in the 2014 elections, but we think also that the most important thing is to have a common program, because we are going there with a common program, and if we don't have a common program going there, it's very hard to imagine that we will cooperate and have the same policy once we are there. So I think that's one of the key things. And it's not that important for me whether we will have a formal organization or not, how will it work. For me, I think that we often see that it's better to have less organization and more action. And I would like to say that it's not always necessary to regulate something and think that just the thing that we have structures and task forces such as we have in the PPI, then we can expect that something will really change. Well, it's mainly on us. It's mainly on what we want to do. And I really think that we want to go together and have the same program for the European election on the European level. I am sure that once we gain the members of the European Parliament and we have sufficient support, we will, in the end, form a political party on the European level. This is a technical term that is derived from the regulation of the European Council, and that means that if you have sufficient number of members of parliament from different countries, you get the funding which is necessary for you actually to do politics on the European level. So what I would suggest that the pirate parties first cooperate on creating a common political program, but it should not be sort of binding program that everybody has to vote either yes or no, and regardless whether they vote yes or no, they have to abide by it. So it should be sort of like an example set for every party, and that perhaps the proposals will be sorted according to the number of pirate parties that supported them, that are running for the European elections. And the second thing which is important once we have this sort of political program, I would say platform, it's like when you are on the platform with trains. You have trains coming there which are the proposals, and they are sort of getting to the different platforms, and we need this train station that would prepare us for the big running in elections. And the second thing is important to cooperate our campaign. I don't really think that we necessarily need structures such as Court of Arbitration, the board, and different things like that. I think that a lot of it can be solved online if we make a project where the different proposals can be submitted by the pirate parties and voted on. And I think that if we engage our members of parliament, of the European Parliament, and give them sort of a way to cooperate the campaign, and if we continue to have meetings such as this one or smaller conferences, I think that will be the structure, not tightly organized, that we need for the 2014 elections. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's Danka from Latvia, the ones who were too late to file the application. Anyway, I think that it doesn't make actually any sense to make a separate organization for the whole of the Europe, because pirate parties don't actually have European-wide issues. We have global issues and we have EU issues, like the election, the European Parliament and stuff like that. And everything else is actually worldwide anyway. So I think we should leave the worldwide issues with PPI and move everything just EU related to PPU, and we won't have anything in between. Will we? That's about it.
Hello,
Daniele Monteleone from Pirate Party, Italy. I think that we cannot ignore the fact that there is a political layer. So the European Union is a political layer, and as much as we are political organized, we have to respect that hierarchies. Now we know that all the states of the European Union are yielding sovereignty to the European Union. So, at the moment, we are governed by the BCA, that is a cooperation of banks. So, the only organ who can decide in BCA political is the European Parliament. So, we have to make similarity an organization of a Pirate Party at the European Union level that has the goal to enter in the European Union Parliament and give the direct democracy. Maybe we don't have the money to build an office. We can make a technological platform. We can make liquid feedback where anybody of the European Union states, we can coordinate and join in and focus on political goal and work together for this. So, in my opinion, it's important at this moment to make the PPU. Thank you.
So we have a last one, and then we need to conclude this session. Okay.
Hi, my name is Radoslav. I'm from Poland, and I just asked a question at the Facebook for Polish pirates, and most of them just respond like, "Don't build another structure. Just use what you have." Because winning the election is not about the formal structure, but about our common ideas and common program. We had the structure like Libertas built 4 years ago. And what happened? They started in 27 countries and they just get one MIP. So it's not about the formal structure. It's rather about what we want from the EU Parliament and about our common ideas. We have like anti-ACTA movement that within like 1 week we had 300,000 people at the streets without any formal structure. We just had a common idea, and in my opinion, that's the main point about winning the election. Not cutting into pieces our powers and building like formal EU. PPI International, PPI for Europe. Then we could have like 3 structures, a lot of people working at the same topics, but at the different structures. And I think it's better to have just one structure and just coordinate it without any formal structure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for everybody who participated and said something. I would like to conclude this panel with 2 things that you could think about while Cory Doctorow told his speech, or like after that. The first thing was the reasoning behind including countries like that are not part of the European Union is because countries like Norway or Switzerland have a big part of their law is influenced by what law we make in the European Union. And not all of it, of course, they're independent countries, but like Norway, for example, also pays a lot of money to the European Union because they participate in Schengen, for example. So that was the reasoning behind that. And so it's not to say that, like it's not like those countries are totally independent of Europe in a way, of the rest of the European Union, of Europe or the rest of the European Union, sorry. Whether that also is important for countries like, let's say, Albania or Russia would be a different discussion. Of course, we could also say we include European Union countries and EFTA countries, for example. But there's a lot of different models and a lot of different membership models also we can think about. Of course, it could mean that they just become observer members, for example. Yeah, that was what I wanted to say. We'll continue after Cory Doctorow's speech. Yeah, thank you very much for your contributions, and thank you, Cory, for coming. I'm going to go. Which mic would you like to use? Joe, are you fancy?
Hello. Thank you for having me. Let me begin with my traditional apology. I am by nature a fast talker. I was once known as the scourge of the United Nations Simultaneous Translation Corps. I would speak in what I thought was a very slow and measured tone, and I'd turn around, and there would be a line of translator booths, and every one of them would be doing this. Couple that with the fact that I have now consumed almost enough coffee to drop a rhino, and it is a near certainty that I will start speaking quickly. And when I do, I invite you to do this and slow me down. So I wanted to talk today about some of what I think of as the prehistory of the Pirate Party and the movement that I think it is a flagship bearer for. I wanted to talk specifically about 1999 and the launch of Napster. When Napster launched, it became, at the time, the fastest adopted technology in the history of the world, and went from 0 to 52 million users in 18 months. It was shut down by a court in 2001. When it was shut down, it had 52 million users. 1 year before it was shut down, 50 million Americans voted for the Democrats, and 50 million Americans voted for the Republicans. In other words, there were enough Napster users that if they represented a political party, they would have handily won the American election, and quite possibly would have elected a better president than the one that the Supreme Court chose. But of course, that's not what Napster users did. If you want to understand what Napster users did, just stop cleaning up your apartment for a few months. Walk into your kitchen and turn on the lights and watch all the cockroaches run under the cabinets. Because that's what Napster users did when they shut down Napster. We all felt like we'd been getting away with something naughty. And as soon as we were told that we'd been very naughty, most of us slunk away and said, I guess it was a good ride, but now it's over. Now, Napster was a remarkably industry-friendly technology as these things go. You may remember, those of you who were around a decade ago, that they had some venture capital funding from one of Silicon Valley's blue-chip VCs. And my understanding is that those VCs walked into the various record industries' offices with a check and said, you just tell me how many zeros you want us to write on this check for us to have a legitimate license to use your music. That's how many zeros we'll put on it. After all, Napster surveyed their users and found that more than half of them were willing to spend $15 a month to be a Napster user, which represented an ungodly sum of money for the music industry, potentially. $15 a month is a lot more than most people spend on music now, and a lot more than they spent on music then. What's more, the structure of Napster gave them a natural point where they could have audited usage and said, of the $15 we've collected from our users, this much goes to this artist and that much to that, because we know exactly what's been downloaded. Now, the shutdown of Napster didn't end file sharing, but it did end the creation of architectures for file sharing that were friendly to industry. Each subsequent iteration of file sharing infrastructure became less centralized, less subject to audit, less able to exclude people who hadn't paid. Over and over again, we saw the introduction of technologies, first Gnutella, all the way up to trackerless torrents, that are the kind of entertainment industry equivalent of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, a superbug that they can't get rid of. Now, on the one hand, this is not new. Technology has, through history, created a series of innovations that made it hard to control individual uses of copyrighted works. The playing of a record on the radio, or the playing of recorded music in halls like this one through speakers in the ceiling, all of these made it hard to control the individual diffusion of works and hard to exclude people who hadn't paid from them from listening to them and enjoying them. Now, the solution to that problem over and over again has been grounded in one of the most important American principles of commerce and ethics, which is money talks, bullshit walks, which is to say that as between the right to decide who gets to use your music and the right to be paid because people are using your music, getting paid is substantially more important for most people than merely choosing. In fact, this goes all the way back to radio, when legitimate artists, that was to say the artists that were popular on record, which is to say white, rich artists, not artists performing country music and not African-American artists, were represented by a rights society called ASCAP that wouldn't allow their music to be played on radio because they felt that radio was a pirate medium. And so a new rights society was created, BMI, that represented poor artists who performed country and Western music, and black artists, what were called race artists. And they were the only ones who got paid. And as a result, after a few years of this, all the so-called legitimate artists went to their rights societies and said, we don't care about our moral right to choose who listens to our music on the radio. We care about feeding our families. Screw our moral rights. Just get us paid. So when you step onto a stage at a karaoke bar, the barman doesn't figure out who Queen's manager is, where he lives, and call him up and say, someone is about to sing Bohemian Rhapsody. Do I owe them 25 cents or 30 cents? Instead, that barman, just like the manager of this venue and the manager of the airport and the manager of hotels and so on, pays a single fee that gets them the right to play any music they want, and that music is collected and then distributed to artists. Now, that could be the way that ISPs do it. You could pay a few euros per customer, and for it, the customers could get the right to download anything that they wanted in any format from anywhere and play it. Now, there are lots of ways that this could go terribly, terribly wrong. First, it could be mandatory for ISPs, which meant that instead of the labels and the collecting societies setting a fair price that represented the value that ISPs thought that they could get, and not a fee that was so high that the enforcement costs would outstrip the cost of the value they would get from it. Instead, they could just name a very, very high price and then use the tax money that you and I pay to collect it, because it would be mandatory and the ISPs would be required to do it by law. We need this to be voluntary. And after all, there are lots of ISPs that would love to be able to advertise, we're just like the ISP down the road, but our ISP comes with all the music ever recorded for free. The collecting society could be corrupt. After all, most of them are. They could be designed... They could be designed to only pay big labels or pay the labels disproportionately. A truly 21st century collecting society, on the other hand, could be built with the analytical intelligence of Google and the transparency of GNU Linux. The analytical methods used by the collecting society could be invasive. Instead of using statistical methods to figure out who was listening to what and who to pay, they could spy on all of our network traffic to figure out what we were doing. But these are implementation details. They're not deal breakers. Advocating blanket licenses for online music for downloading would be a huge win for pirates and for copyright reformers in general. But to understand why, first we need to ask ourselves what copyright is for. Now, I'm of the opinion that copyright can be good and that we can have a good copyright system provided that it is confined to merely regulating the entertainment industry. After all, there's nothing wrong with the idea that industries should be regulated. We like the idea that we could have regulations that protect the public, like regulations against unfair lending practices in banks, We like the idea that we could have regulations that protect members of the supply chain from abuse through the natural choke points. Now, many European nations have had this technical idea that the purpose of copyright was to regulate culture and to protect artists. But if you look at the history of copyright, it has always been written with the entertainment industry's supply chain in mind, and has always been run that way. The problem is that it's metastasized. We used to have this test to determine whether or not you were in the entertainment industry, and it was whether you were making a copy. Because people who made copies in the old days had record presses, or printing presses, or film labs. Today, we copy 1,000,000 times before breakfast. We copy like we brush our teeth. Now, that doesn't mean that we're all suddenly a part of the entertainment industry. It means the entertainment industry needs to start cabining in more closely who falls under its regulation. Now, if you were playing Sim Regulator and you wanted to establish a good copyright system, one that made all of your Sims very happy, how would you measure whether or not you were successful? I don't think you could do it by measuring the total amount of money that was earned under your system. After all, if I had a movie regulation system that produced a single movie every year that made me $1 trillion and prohibited everyone else from making any movies at all, I think we'd probably call it a failure. I think a successful copyright system is one that allows the widest diversity of creators to make the widest diversity of works that's enjoyed by the widest diversity of audiences. In other words, if you and I were playing a Sim Regulator tournament, and in your sim, your rule produced X works by Y artists enjoyed by Z people, and mine produced X plus 1 works produced by X plus 1 artists enjoyed by Z plus 1 people, then I would win the tournament. But copyright is also a monopoly on copying, performance, and distribution. And like every monopoly, copyright warps the minds of people who enjoy it. They see themselves not as participants in an ecosystem, but as its natural lords. Like everyone who finds himself at the top of a social order, entertainment executives conclude that the social order is a fair meritocracy, and that they are at its peak because they're the best people in the universe. This kind of ugly reasoning leads people who embrace it to conclude that even if they suppress or oppress or rip off artists, they're still serving art, since a good copyright system is one that rewards the best people, and they are the best people. Therefore, copyright is doing its job. If we're going to win the regulatory, legal, and political battles on the issue of copyright, we need to smoke out the entertainment industry on this. We need to show that what they're in the business of is protecting their own interests, not culture, not creativity, and not the wider interests that are meant to be served through their regulation. Because the purpose of all the litigation, lobbying, and laws that the entertainment industry creates is not to reduce the amount of copying on the internet. The entertainment industry knows very well that DRM won't stop copying. They know that you can't operate a service like YouTube and prevent copyright infringement. After all, YouTube gets an hour of video every second. If every copyright lawyer that ever lived did nothing but review YouTube videos for 16 hours a day, they'd never make a dent in it. We'd run out of copyright lawyers before we hit the heat death of the universe. So why does the industry continue to embrace DRM? Why is Viacom suing YouTube? Well, start with DRM. DRM isn't technically challenging to break. You just can't hide a secret in user equipment and expect that no user anywhere will figure out how to extract it. And certainly, it's not hard for manufacturers to figure out how to beat DRM. Just look at all those region-free players from everyone from no-name companies all the way up to Sony. But it's against the law to break DRM, even if you're not violating copyright law. Which means that when manufacturers produce commercial products that have features that DRM prevents, you're breaking the law. So imagine that we were back in 1996, and you went into a record store, and you bought €1,000 worth of DVDs and €1,000 worth of CDs. DVDs were just introduced. You put them all in a vault, in a safe. And you waited 15 years, and you went and you retrieved them. in the 15 years, your CDs will have accumulated in value, because even though we don't use CDs very much anymore, you could rip them. And having ripped them, you could make them into ringtones and alarm tones. You could stream them, back them up, mash them up, upload them, do all of those things that we do, realize all of that new value from your CDs. But DVDs, because they have DRM, it's illegal for anyone to make a product that allows you to do anything with them that the studios don't like. And so in 15 years, your DVDs have accumulated no new value. They can do exactly what they could do in 1996. Time stands still for DRM. Now, back when I worked for the Electronic Frontier Foundation, I attended a lot of DRM standards body meetings, including the DVB standardization for European TV DRM. And the motion picture industry representatives proposed all kinds of insane flags for their DRM. And one of them that was really weird, they had a flag called Do Not Retransmit. And when it was set on a program, you couldn't watch that program in a room other than the one it was being received on. You couldn't have a receiver in your sitting room and then a wireless retransmitter up into the bedroom so you could watch in a set upstairs. And when I asked the person from the MPA, why is that flag there? What theory of copyright makes you think that a rights holder gets to tell you what room you can watch TV in? He said, look, watching a show in one room that's being received in another room has value. And if it has value, we need to be able to charge money for it. Now, I call this the urinary tract infection business model. With analog media and digital media that doesn't have DRM, all of the value flows in a kind of healthy gush. But once you add DRM to it, every new feature comes in a painful drip. Every button on your remote has a price tag associated with it. The industry's focus is not on preventing piracy. It's on controlling competition. The copyright wars are not an existential struggle for the entertainment industry. They are a profit maximization strategy. The goal is to ensure that new products are only introduced after they have been vetted to ensure that they don't disrupt the natural order of the marketplace, the order that has them at the top. Now back to blanket licenses. A world in which we had fairly administered blanket licenses for downloading would allow users to keep all the value that came with their music, to buy, make, sell, or give away new technologies that add value to music, even if that new value forecloses on some totally speculative new business model for the entertainment industry. It would also allow new entrants to the marketplace. An indie artist would have the same crack at the pool of funds being collected as the artists who've been made to sell their souls to the labels. And the labels would hate it. But every time they spoke out against blanket licenses, we could point to all those other blanket licenses, the ones that they control, and we could say and then the ones that they figured out how to fiddle, and we could ask whether those licenses should be abolished too. If we get blanket licenses, there would suddenly be no music-related reason to censor or surveil the internet. And it would set a precedent. Anytime some other group of rights holders showed up and said, we need to censor, we need to surveil, we need to break the internet in order to protect our business, they would face the specter that someone would say, why don't we just make your stuff available on a blanket license too? €3 for internet service with all the music, €5 for the internet service with all the music and all the movies. This puts pirates and other copyright reformers in the position of demanding more money for artists, and labels and big content in the position against advocating for the only proven solution and in favor of speculative revenue maximization strategies that revolve around the idea that there's gold in selling the right to watch a movie on Wednesdays while standing on one foot between the hours of 10:14 and 11:27 p.m. Now, this could be a winning strategy for pirates. At every turn, we can advocate for fair, internet-native solutions to solve the problem of creators, audiences, and technologists. For example, think of popular music sharing. Think of music sampling. Incorporating snatches of one song into another is a long and integral part of all music performance. It's the basis for styles like calypso, and it's been widely practiced in popular music, from legendary jazz solos that grab a few bars of another performer's song and riff on them to the excerpt from La Marseillaise that opens the Beatles' All You Need Is Love. It's a feature in classical music, of course, where themes from one composer find their way into other composers' works. And it's a feature in many live performances. An example that's sort of regionally appropriate was in Prešov in Slovakia. There was a performer named Lukáš Kmitu, I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly, who in 2011 was performing on the violin when someone's Nokia phone started to ring. And as the audience fell silent and the violin stopped, everyone turned to look at the man whose phone was ringing. But then they turned back to look at the violinist because he began to improvise a 5-minute virtuoso performance based on that hated, much-played ringtone. Analog sampling is legal. Copyright systems always recognized it as seemly, proper, and legitimate for a few notes from one song to find their way into another. When the first digital samples were incorporated into hip-hop, no one worried about copyright. If anyone gave it a thought, they probably assumed that digital samples had the same legal status as analog ones. Is it really so different to recreate a few snatches of someone else's music with a sampler instead of a guitar? What followed was the flowering of a new genre, one that had widespread commercial, critical, and cultural and popular success. Albums like Public Enemy's 1990 It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back, and the Beastie Boys' 1989's Paul's Boutique netted millions and changed the face of music. They used hundreds of samples each and didn't get permission for any of them. They invented new musical techniques like layering several drum beats on top of one to make a hyperbeat. But since then, the screws have tightened. A combination of legislation and precedent has established an ironclad industry practice of clearing every sample. As Kembrew McLeod and Peter DeCola showed in Creative License, none of the classical hip-hop albums could be made today. Paul's Boutique, one of the most commercially successful records of all time, would lose nearly $20 million if it were made today. Most legal hip-hop songs today contain only one sample or perhaps two. Anything more would be too expensive. An entire genre of music, the sort that uses more than 2 samples per song, has no legal existence. It can be heard, but anyone who creates it is liable to legal punishment and can't make any money from it. There's a genre's worth of musicians who either don't create or, if they do create, can't get paid. That can't be what copyright's for. Now, there's a large pool of music that can be sampled without permission. That's the public domain music. But, of course, the extension of copyright terms means that almost anything you've heard of now belongs to one of 4 labels, and the labels won't license to you, generally speaking, unless you're already signed to a label. So this creates the terrible situation in which, in order to make sample-based music, you must first sign with a label and take the crappy contract they offer you. Now, there's some evidence that requiring licenses for digital samples did something good. They provided a small but important income stream to an earlier generation of artists, mostly African-American artists, who got screwed 3 ways. First, because the rules were written with corporations and not artists in mind. And second, because the corporations cheated. And third, because justice has never been widely available to people of African-American descent in the United States. If licensing sampling turns out to be the least worst way to address that old wrong, then copyright could create a streamlined system of licenses that makes it easy to license and stages compensation in proportion to follow-on artist earnings. It would be ungainly, but better than nothing, and certainly better than shutting everything down. And more to the point, advocating it would again put pirates in the shoes of advocating for more money for artists and a fairer deal for everyone, and the labels in advocating for less money for people who create. Limiting copyright scope to the entertainment industry frees us to design copyright rules that treat copying as a fact and don't seek to regulate it. These copyright rules would regulate the industry and not the world. For example, when America was founded, we know that the Constitution's framers created a copyright that lasted for 14 years and was renewable once. I've written a short 2-act play to illustrate how that worked. Act 1. The scene. A publisher's office in colonial America. The publisher, wearing a green eye shade, presides over a huge cast iron press, standing behind a countertop surmounted by a bushel of sickly potatoes. The author, dressed in ragged trousers, enters, carrying a large manuscript, which he thrusts upon the publisher. The author: I have written a novel. The publisher takes the manuscript and peruses it. The publisher: Not bad, my fine fellow. If thou wouldst assign me thine copyright, I will remunerate you most handsomely with yonder potato. Author: Just one potato? It took me a year. Publisher: If thou doubts my sincerity, I invite you to offer this manuscript to the scoundrels down the road. I understand they are paying authors in half carrots. The author: Do you really need my whole copyright? What if I just license some of it to you? The publisher: Ah, but this is how we protect our investment in thine work. Once thou hast assigned unto me thine copyright, I can use it to sue yonder down-the-road scoundrels, who would otherwise happily put out a pirate edition. The author: Well, publisher offers a contract in one hand, a potato in the other. The author takes them. Curtain. Act 2. The publisher's office, 14 years later, and much enriched. Many presses clank away in the background, attended by busy, efficient laborers. The publisher has grown fat and satisfied in his dotage. The author enters, even thinner and more down at heels than before. The author: You sent for me, sir. The publisher: Ah, yes, so nice to see you again. You're looking, well? The author: I don't suppose you have any more potatoes? The publisher: Indeed, sir, I do. And all I require is that you sign this copyright renewal form so I can post it straight away to the Library of Congress. The author: Yes, I see my novel is in bookstores everywhere. I've forgotten that the copyright was due to expire. That must be terrible for you when that happens. After all, you've made such a good living from it. The publisher: If you'd just sign right here. The author: Oh, I'll sign. But before I take pen in hand, let us discuss the matter of book royalties and my fee for the renewal. The publisher: Come now, sir. If thou wouldst not sign this paper, why, thy novel would fall into the public domain, and the scoundrels down the road would begin to print up a competing edition. The author: I don't see what that has to do with me. Publisher: Sir, wouldst thou have thy novel published by a scoundrel? The author gives the publisher a significant look. The publisher squirms. Curtain. The end. And that is one way of designing copyright that protects investors' investment without screwing creators. Now, all this sounds like it might solve some problems with the entertainment industry and with the poor suckers whom they exploit, writers and musicians and other creatives. But after all, why should we care about these things? Culture endures. It always has. Because the copyright wars are only the first skirmish in a long-coming fight over whether we will solve our social problems with spyware and surveillance. Because DRM always converges on rootkits. The point of DRM is to hide from the user, to override users' decisions and instructions, and to prevent the user from disabling it. Copyright surveillance always converges on generalized surveillance. Once you spy on people's entertainment choices, you're spying on their general network usage, and that means that you're spying on everything. And copyright blocks always converge on censorship, because as we saw with SOPA, you can't make a law that prohibits circumventing DNS blocking without also prohibiting DNSSEC. And you can't make a rule that prohibits circumventing IP blocking without prohibiting Tor. The world is made of computers. When the iPod or the Walkman that you grew up listening to catches up with your hearing in 20 or 30 years and you get a hearing aid, it will be a computer that you put in your body. And the cars, houses, and airplanes and computers that we live with, the cars, houses, and airplanes we live with are computers that we put our bodies into, which means that every social problem that we have will arrive at the same solution. Make me a computer that can run every program except for one that pisses me off because it lets you print out a solid-state meth lab or turn a software-defined radio into an air traffic control system or screw up Monsanto's business model by outputting synthetic molecules that it cut into its profits. Make me a network that allows anyone to communicate with anyone else using any protocol unless the messages they send frighten me or cost me money or undermine the social network. For the last 10 years, we have been fighting with our best players to stop the copyright wars because we thought that the copyright industry was the final boss. But it turns out that they've just been the first mini-boss of a long, long game. But like all good level designers, fate sent us a relatively soft target to test ourselves on. We have a chance, a real chance, to keep the network free and open by supporting free and open systems. And of course, we must win the copyright wars to keep the internet and the PC free and open. These are the material in all the wars that are to come. With your support of organizations like the Pirate Party, and more broadly, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, Creative Commons, the Free Software Foundation, and the movements they represent, we can do it. We can win the copyright wars, and that will give us the standing to win all the wars that are to come. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, do we have time for questions? Do we have time for questions? Yeah? Thank you. So I appreciate the applause, but I think we've got like 4 minutes for questions. So stop clapping so that we can have some questions. Are there any questions? It's part of a book that I've written called Information Doesn't Want to Be Free, People Do. And I've just finished it, so it will be CC when it comes out. You can certainly treat, I hereby grant you all rights under all media now known and yet to be invented throughout all universes to use that talk. So, yeah, go ahead. Yes?
Thank you. Basically, it's created a situation where in places like Europe and America for the last 30 years, the economies have run basically on two things. Cost-cutting by sending jobs to places like China. Then I forgot the second one, which is...
The blood of babies.
Borrowing.
Borrowing, yes.
Which gets us to 2008, which gets us to Lehman Brothers, which gets us to Greece and Spain and Italy and the whole ball of wax.
Well, so I think that you're right in that the fact that copyright was such an easy way to attack competition and criticism has made it a kind of the weapon of first recourse for large corporations and corrupt institutions. Yeah, no, but for everyone. Sure. I mean, I think it's just Chekhov's law, right? When you put a gun on the mantelpiece in Act 1, it'll go off by Act 3. But I'm talking about something a little different here. What I'm talking about is not using copyright to attack competition or free speech or criticism. I'm talking about using the mechanism that copyright arrived at, which is putting spyware in devices. So that, the war on drugs... Right now they say, maybe we should be able to tap phones in order to find drug dealers. But in the future, they may say, maybe we should design things that are capable of outputting compounds through some digital process with a snitch chip that watches everything you do in case you're outputting a precursor for crystal meth, right? And I think that's actually a different problem. It has the same root, and I talked about this. I'm sure many of you have seen my CCC talk from Berlin. I talked about this there. That it's a lot of regulators assume, not necessarily unreasonably, that you can take a feature away from a computer without doing disfiguring violence to the computer, the same way you could take a feature away from a dishwasher and it would still be useful for washing dishes. It just doesn't have a cutlery basket anymore. But we can't make a computer that can run all the programs except one. All we can do is make a computer that runs all the programs but has spyware on it out of the box to stop you from running the program we want to stop you from running. And as soon as we design computers that hide what they're doing from their owners, even if the people who put that facility in are trustworthy and of goodwill, other people who aren't trustworthy and of goodwill will make use of that facility to abuse them. Are we out of time? No?
You can move half a meter to the right for the cameras?
Half a meter to the right for the cameras. Right. Yes? Yeah.
Do you know that someone is writing a novel about EMP emission from the sun and the final rescue of the Earthlings because we have to know how to fight the EMP from the sun?
No, I don't know that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thanks.
Okay. Never let it be said that the Pirate Party's issues are narrow and earth. Right, it's a universal movement. Thank you. An issue of galactic importance. Go ahead.
Okay, we can envision a horror scenario where we have trusted platforms everywhere, so we can only run signed operating systems. Then we can also envision that internet access will also only be granted to people running these trusted platforms. What do you think are the ways we could act against this? One idea would be having an own open chip fab or open source and trying legislation, but it's looking like the industry is getting the upper hand sometimes.
Right. So it's a similar kind of question to what do you do if someone gets to an airport and is really well organized and wants to get a bomb or a knife on a plane? The answer is you're too late, right? As Bruce Schneier says, the only successful way really that we have to stop hijackings and airplane bombings is like with the police, not with checks, because of course 75% of weapons get through those metal detectors and the porno scanners and so on. So if we get to the point where they've already taken away all of our computers and replaced them with spy chips, and where all the networks have ubiquitous surveillance, it's too late. And I think that historically there have been kind of two very counterproductive attitudes from the technology side to that possibility. The first is what I call nerd fatalism, which goes like this. All politics are shit, and everybody who does politics ends up smelling like shit. Therefore, I won't go anywhere near politics. And then the other one is nerd determinism that goes like this. My superior technology makes your inferior law irrelevant. Pass any stupid law you want, and I will get around it with Tor. The problem is that in both cases, you end up with a fail. You end up with a fail because the law is stronger than your technology. The law is stronger than your technology because it ends up with lots and lots of collateral damage. And it ends up beating the hell out of the whole ecosystem that produces the gains of Moore's law, the gains, cheap access to electronics, and so on. And it knocks you back. So I think that the right time to stop ubiquitous surveillance in chips and ubiquitous control in chips and ubiquitous surveillance in networks is before it happens. It's now. No, we don't. I mean, we have UEFI coming, but we don't have UEFI in most of the Western so-called liberal democracies. UEFI won't come with a mandate that says that can only run state-approved operating systems. It seems unlikely that'll happen. But it's not so. It's not clear, for example, whether or not that constitutes whether breaking that will constitute a circumvention under the DMC or the UCD. Like it's. I mean, it may be that Iran says UEFI means that you can only run operating systems signed by the Iranian government, but I don't think that the West is going to do that. And I think that, for example, if you're worried about that circumstance, supporting Software Freedom Law Center, who are the most likely litigants in a question about UEFI and whether or not UEFI constitutes a circumvention, is a great way to do it. And not just financially supporting them, but write an email to Eben and say, I'm here. What can I do to stop UEFI? What can I do to keep it open? When the first lawsuits and legal battles around strong crypto took place, there was a feeling that technical arguments would win the day. We showed up in court. The Electronic Frontier Foundation showed up in court. They showed up in meetings on the Hill, and they said, look, we can't secure America's banks without access to strong crypto. And the crypto that the NSA says is strong enough isn't strong enough. We can break it. John Gilmore built a cracker. He built a DES cracker for $250,000 and brought it into a courtroom and brute forced DES 52 in front of a judge, right? And nobody cared. But you know what they cared about? They cared about a mathematician named Dan Bernstein who had published source code and instructional material, learned papers, mathematical papers, that explained how to make ciphers that were stronger than DES 52. And the court understood that telling university-affiliated mathematicians that they can't publish math was not what they thought of as the characteristics of a just society. Impact litigation, that sort of striking down, that very elegant way of striking down a law, depends on a bad law and a good defendant and good facts. And that's what Dan had, right? By contrast, 2600, which had great facts and a bad law, which is when DCSS was published in the pages of 2600 magazine, didn't have good defendants. I mean, 2600 are amazing people, and Emmanuel Goldstein's an amazing guy, but our defendants weren't eminent mathematicians from Berkeley. They were guys in black T-shirts that said things that the judge didn't understand, right? So if you write to Eben and you say, who do we need in the UEFI fight to be the test case that makes it unambiguously lawful to jailbreak UEFI and to distribute jailbroken UEFI kits and so on? What's the characteristic? What kind of person doing what kind of thing? And then you help him look all over the world for that person. We can, in one stroke, one lawsuit, make it unambiguously lawful to do that in large territories, at which point the idea of locking down UEFI becomes irrelevant. A non-starter. Are we out of time? One more question. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, shout and I'll repeat it. All right, here comes a mic.
Okay, so I'm Justas from Pirate Party Lithuania. You mentioned open source software, free software foundation, but there is also rise of open source hardware, and with availability of, for example, 3D printers, when people will be sued, for example, for printing some chair or table, it will be a next issue for Pirate Party again.
I've heard that, right? I once went to hear the then head of the BPI, which is like the IFP affiliate, like the RIA for England, for Britain. I heard him give a talk to an inter-industry group, and he said, all you people, you think we in the record industry were so stupid because, Napster came along, we all ran around like headless chickens, and here we are 10 years later, and we totally failed to address it. But you just wait. 3D printers are coming, and when they come, they're going to screw all of you up too, because you won't be able to protect your trademarks and patents and so on. And as I was leaving, a friend I was with said, it's kind of, forward-looking for someone from the entertainment industry to be thinking about 3D printers. This was like 5 years ago, and I said, yeah, but he thinks the major impact of a 3D printer is going to be trademark infringement. That's like going, the railroad is coming, and all you people who make a living sewing up the bags that they put the oats in for horses, you're all going to be out of a job, right? It's true, right? But that was not the major impact of the railroad. So, if you want to think about like major policy battles over 3D printers, think about solid-state meth labs or compound scale microassembly or bioassembly using cultures that are grown and then laid out on a lattice using 3D printers. All of those things, I think, are far weirder and more interesting than mere trademark infringement, and are likely to be the major battles. I mean, if we see trademark wars over 3D printers, they'll be like such a minor skirmish on the way to the major fight. But ultimately, 3D printers only matter when they're connected to general-purpose computers and networks. And so again, if we're going to win this war, we need to make sure that our focus is on networks and computers, not merely their peripherals or their uses for this or that. So thank you.
Thank you, Corey. So I guess we have a 5-minute break, and then afterwards we continue with the PPEU panel and open space. That's just 5 minutes. Be back in 5 minutes, please.
Hello, are there any Austrian pirates around? They could come to me since they have press request from Vienna. So if they can come to me, so I can give them number of journalists to call. Anyone? There are supposed to be 3 Austrian pirates. I need to find one. Yeah. Anyone? Okay, I'll try it outside as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you a lot.
Okay, we'd like to continue, so please start going back to your seats if you're still interested in talking with us about the European Pirate Party. We actually opened, Jonas, we opened the pad for press reviews already on the press reports. Because the last day is still at So maybe we just use that pad and ask people to also post blog posts and for the galleries there. Let's say that. All right. Is there anybody who would like to start in the second part of the discussion? Is there anybody who will use this time to think about it and maybe has something to say? Looks like that is not the case. We would like to then go further. Can you open the last blog post? No? Yeah. 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 Okay, I think it's pretty clear that the majority of the pirates that are here is interested in having a more or less formalized structure for a European Pirate Party. To those who are opposed of it, of course, you don't have to participate in any planning and you don't have to put any manpower in it. But at the same time, I think like we're pirates, so we should just do stuff. You know, like if nobody's doing it, somebody should do it if you think it should be done. And that's what we're trying to do here, essentially. I hope that most of you can agree with that. So we think what we should do now is discuss a roadmap for setting up such a European Pirate Party. We had the idea that there should be European Pirate Party conferences. The French Pirate Party offered to host. Before that, we also had a few offers from Germany, Luxembourg. Brussels was an idea, I think. Sweden, Barcelona. To host conferences for European pirates to discuss these things further. One of those conferences before the 2014 election should probably be used to set up a preliminary version of a European Pirate Party. I think until then, what we need to do is work out on statutes. And if you look at how working on statutes worked, or whether had a lack of working before the Brussels PPI conference, it's probably better to have people discuss statutes beforehand or prepare them, write them so that they are publishable and usable. But at the same time, that offer different options. So they should not write just one version of the statutes, but prepare them in a way that then at the conference we can just, the pirate parties or the pirates that are participating can vote on which version of the statutes they like and which they don't like. And there has been interest in such a work group. We think we should just use the URL that we have already, just ppeu.net, to further publish results and keep the discussion going. I mean, furthermore, of course, there's also the mailing list. There are the pets. So if you're interested in helping us, please do so. Please talk with us. Please bring in your input, bring in your ideas, bring your opinion. There's clearly space for that. We also have time now to discuss this further. Tomorrow, there was the idea of issuing a declaration that informs the public or people of the intention of the pirates in Europe to form a European pirate party. The idea was to have it just signed by individuals, because obviously there's no mandate by all the members of all parties to sign it. So we think it should be signable here in person, and also later on the internet of people that agree with this declaration that we wrote. Are there any questions, any comments, any objections?
Yeah, it's Charlie from Switzerland. So again, but I really think you should think developing a new structure. It's a lot of work, and something it's sure we need to do a lot of things for the European Parliament elections. But I would think again, if you don't want to make a work group, it would be a PPI work group. It would be called PPI EU, and then you could work directly on it without the tremendous work you will have to make the statutes, discuss about politics, about the values, because we all have these things already done. And I think it would be a more pragmatic approach to work as soon as possible, because the elections, they are really tomorrow, really, and otherwise you will lose months doing this. Maybe in the future you can do this, but for the next election I think it's better to make a work group, really. Think again.
There actually was a PPEU or European, whatever you want to call it, a work group within PPI. It just never really worked out.
Yeah, but then it will be the same people. Well, it means that the motivation is not here. Sorry.
Like a few things really. We need a separate entity for PPEU for funding.
No, but for funding, you can create the legal entity when needed. But you know, it could be an empty thing just for the European Union to be happy and to give the money.
No, it cannot be an empty entity, because it needs to have like 15% of its own funding. So all the money they spend, like 15%, have to come from membership fees, donations, and all that stuff, because it cannot be completely EU funded. And for that, we actually need real members or someone who pays a fee or something. Like we probably need 30,000 to 50,000 euros if we want to get 400,000 euros from the EU. And that is a lot of money that we can use to gain influence on European politics, and that's what we want to do. That's necessary for us to actually get forward with the whole movement.
What I don't like here is how this is set up. It was obviously planned how to do, and it's also pretty clear where it goes, and you have already decided where it should go. You haven't even asked the voluntary vote here for if you want to have it officially or in unofficial way. I mean, what should you do? Why do you do that on a PPI conference? If it's clear that the PPU you want to found it anyway.
Well, there are people that want to found it, and it will happen. That will be found. The question is it attractive to the Pirates parties to join in? And we can have a vote here, but it's not going to be a legitimate vote.
Yeah.
Because people are not legitimate to vote on an entity that doesn't exist yet. We need to get together and then have a vote.
Sure.
We discussed it in beforehand, if we should have a vote here. And it came out, it doesn't really make sense. It cannot be, cannot have a mandate for us.
So, yeah, sure. But so the discussion actually was completely useless and actually futile. I mean,
wait a second. Like we have an idea of what it should be like, but we are just a part of it. At the end, there will be a founding conference where people get together and really make the decisions. I can talk and say whatever I want. It's not gonna really be part of this decision. Like people can vote totally different from what we prepare now. It's still everything is open until PPU is finally founded.
So okay.
So we're encouraging people to join in, to build work groups, and then form proposals for statutes that will decide on membership and the purpose of the whole thing. Everything is still open. We're just giving our opinions, and we're asking for your opinions.
Guys, I would like to ask you to be a bit quieter in the back because it's quite noisy still. Thank you.
So I'm not a member of any pirate party, but I just like to talk about a very simple concept, which is called horizontal hate. And horizontal hate is when people who basically believe the same thing go at each other's throats. And what we have happening here is a discussion between pirates about different levels of their organization. And if this discussion can't happen here in the open, I want to know where the fuck it's supposed to happen. So if there's going to be a party that's going to get along and try and make some advances for their own agenda, and they're discussing it here in this round with the Pirate Party International and looking for support, I think it's pretty stupid for anybody to not want to support them when they're going after the same agenda.
I'm sorry about this, but it's not that we are against. It's not that at all, really. And I don't like the way you talk. Sorry. But we have to think again. We have not unlimited energy, and we have to spend it wisely. That's why. That's the way we discuss. If in the discussion we all agree, it's not a discussion. And so we try to make people. And I think their point of view is good. And we have other point of view, but we have to do something for these elections. But the way we will do it, it's why we are here, to discuss. It's not. We are not enemies, so I don't want.
I think what we really should do here is to try to make some advance, so we actually move forward. Like, PPEU is being discussed, as I heard, for over a year. And now the EU elections are 1 year closer. And I think it would be a shame if after this conference we wouldn't be any closer to our joint campaign. So what I think would be sensible is firstly to find someone on this conference who is going to promise, publicly at least, to follow up on this project. And secondly, we offer a way how we think things should be organized. And we want at least to find whether it has some support, or I think we should at least vote informally, like make a survey among the parties what they think. Otherwise, it's going to be 5 of us talking, offering something, and there's going to be no output. So I think we should really focus on output from this session.
have something short?
Okay, I'll wait.
Or do you have something longer?
No, it's quite short.
Yours is short.
Hi again. Well, we've been discussing most of these issues or topics on our mailing lists. We've been sending emails to every contact information we had about European pirates. And after some, let's say, 2 long threads on the email, we started a pad. You have the link just on the other tab, please. Can you? That's it. If you go behind, below, yeah, go down. Well, we have most of the topics that we are discussing here already discussed in the pads, because it was a little bit messy with the email. Then here you'll see that in most things we are already agreeing something. And I invite you to please participate also in these pads, because mails and words will be lost, but we will still have the pad. And everything is still open, so don't think that we are pushing forward something which is already closed or packed. And I'm a little bit sad that we are taking all this time from PPI conference, but this is the only way we can do it. Thank you.
So hello guys, we were in the Czech Pirate Party who is organizing this conference. We would really like it to be a success for every of us, and we are trying to find a common ground, at least for the pirate parties that are going to run in the European elections. And we think that there is quite a consensus on the very decision that we will go together and we will in some sort of coordinate our campaign. So we prepared a proposal, and I am not going to press this upon you. I would just like you that you would be informed about this, and there is a lot of time. We still are going to discuss this tomorrow probably. And this proposal was sent to you in invitation email. And what is the basic content of this proposal is that we find common ground and we declare that we will go together as pirate parties of different nations to the European elections in 2014. That is one of the key things, at least for us in the Czech Pirate Party, and I think that also for the other pirate parties, that we go together with the same or common goals to the elections in 2014. And I have it printed out here, and it's for you for discussion. We call it the first step to succeed in European Parliament elections 2014. And regardless what the output of the discussion on the Pirate Party on the European level will be, whether it will be right now official or so on, we think that kind of the vague and not really binding declaration that we intend to go to the European Parliament elections together, that should be one of the first steps if we want to succeed in the European elections in 2014. So we have this proposal. You can find it on the Pirate Pad, and I will also hand it to you. It's piratepad.net/ppeu program. And there are 4 articles. It's intended for pirate parties who are going to run in the European Parliament elections in 2014. In the first one, we declare the intent to run together in the European Parliament elections in 2014. In the second point, we declare the common intent to create a common basis of the election program, because the common election program is the basis on which we can then cooperate in the European Parliament. B, coordinate our election campaign, which means that we will share the materials from different campaigns, that Czechs can use the German leaflets and so on, and there will be something where they are stored and they can be reused and they can be accessed by other pirate parties in different countries. and C, to cooperate closely in the European Parliament on the realization of our program if elected. That means that if we really get the chance from the voters to represent them in the European Parliament, we will cooperate in that Parliament regardless of whether it will be we will have our own group in the European Parliament or we will join together to a different group that we choose. The second point describes the way how the common program should be created. It's nothing really formal. It's about creating proposals that are supported by a certain number of pirate parties running for the European Parliament. So our idea of this common basis is that every participating party can suggest a proposal, such as the copyright reform on European level, or the solution to democratic deficit of the European Union. That will be a text, and every participating party will have the option to expressly support this or expressly say that they don't agree with that. And only those that are supported, that have more supports than dissupports, will be ranked on the first page, which means that those election points that have the most supports from the pirate parties running in the European elections will be on the top. So the voters will see on which questions is the biggest consensus. On the other hand side, if you have proposals that are rather controversial, there are some pirate parties for instance, legalizing marijuana in Europe, at least for medical purposes and so on, then it will be clear for every person who reads this web that, for instance, in this concrete proposal was not supported by such and such pirate party, whereas it was supported by, for instance, 9 pirate parties. So that's the main idea of the free political program, that every participating pirate party will have the ability to decide which proposals it supports, and it can withdraw the support, join a different version of the proposal, and the most successful proposals in this way will be on the top of the list presented to the voters. The third point is about the campaign. This coordination, it's probably best that it would be coordinated by the members of European Parliament that we already have in Brussels. And the last one is that we have the goal of establishing Pirate Parties Europe as a political party at European level, which means that we will get the finances and we will be able to run the politics on European level. Doesn't mean that it is created by this. It means that once we meet the conditions, that is, we have the required number of MEPs, we create this political party. So this is quite a simple, minimalistic declaration. If there is consensus on accepting something more, we can approve another declaration that is over, like this declaration plus. But we think that this is quite a consensual proposal that can be discussed tomorrow. And if the pirate parties that decide to run in the elections in 2014 to the European Parliament decide to support this kind of declaration of common campaign and sort of putting together the ideas, that would be, I think, the biggest success of this conference. Thank you.
I would like to mention 2 things. First of all, thank you, Jakub, or thank you, Czech Pirates, for preparing this. I think the only place where we disagree is the last, or where I personally disagree a bit, but this is my opinion, not anybody else's, is that in the last point, I think you need to have it prepared if you want to do that. And we think that establishing a work group that works on statutes and works on there may be other issues that a European Pirate Party could work on the long term and this kind of things. I don't think that by the time we are elected, we should not have the discussion about all of this, but we should have already prepared the discussion and thought about these issues. so that we can establish this group fast. The second thing I wanted to mention was about that people complained that this was decided already before or so. We try to communicate this on as many levels as possible. That's also why we try to translate the blog into many languages, so not only people that speak English can participate, but people from other countries that speak other languages better. We probably didn't reach everybody. That's not really easy to reach everybody. So there's no private, no like universal private register where all the email addresses of everybody are stored. Thank God. But at the same time, the process was open, and our idea was, okay, we have these preparations, and these are our thoughts. We want to discuss them with you. Some things, unless there's really a lot of resistance, which I did not feel today, we would like to move forward and go further, which was the creation of a task force that thinks about how could a European Pirate Party look like. And at the same time, we are open. I think we're trying to be open for criticism, but criticism that says don't do it, do something else, or like do something more informal, without being willing to actually putting that. I think it's not a good idea to try to stop people from doing things in general. Even if people fail, that's a valuable lesson as well. Okay, that's wasted time, wasted resource. But I think it has a value anyway, so, yeah.
Okay, Alex Lessman here from the Pirate Party Germany. From what I've heard here in different discussions and so on, I think most of us could agree to this proposal, but one point we have some problems with, and that would be on line 23.3, the campaign shall be coordinated by the MEPs of the pirate parties. Everything else is great. I like it very much, and I would push for the German delegation to support that. But I think that point 3 might be a contention point, not only for Germany, but also for other pirate parties. Thank you.
Well, we could change it to they should be responsible, then they can still find other people to help them. Okay. We have time to talk about it.
Michael Greger from Pirate Party Switzerland. As probably you know, Switzerland has a base democracy, and as that we know how long everything in this base democracy, as we want to do it, takes. And we are planning up an election program. That means we have to vote in every country for it. How long does it take? I mean, that's the basic problem. On this level, we can vote on it through the delegates. But the delegates need to know what the people in their country are thinking. And we need at least a year to get this up. And so, huge problem. Time is running up.
About the program, we are very lucky we that are here that Jerry Wire has done a lot of work from the Luxembourg Pirates, and I think it was middle of last year or so, he published a blog post with where he analyzed the points where the pirate parties in Europe share. It's a very good blog post. He put a lot of work into it, and he based it on already existing program points of the different pirate parties. So I'm pretty sure if we would take a look at that, if you would take a look at that and the other people in the other pirate parties, that this could be a minimal program that we could already agree upon, because it is already part of the program of the different pirate parties. Therefore, we would already have some platform, some basis for this common program. From there on, I don't know, it might take a lot of time. Yeah, sure.
Of course, this basis exists. We agree with it. But the problem is we have to go down to our members. We can't agree on a paper without asking our members. Can somebody here talk for all of your members? I hate it myself too, that we can't decide here and now, try to convince each other, but the basic is we are responsible in our own countries to our basic members. And everybody knows that takes a lot of time to bring them to knowledge. This is the paper, translated in Switzerland to 4 languages. Everything this takes a lot of time. And
I don't know about the other countries, other pirate parties, but of course this is the best way to have all the members ask if they want to support that. But from a legal basis, and in the German Pirate Party, for things like that, we have a board. They are elected by the General Assembly, and they are responsible for things like that. If there is not a year time to wait for another General Assembly or half a year, then they are responsible for deciding on things like that.
Also, if we do it the way the Czech Pirate Party proposed, it's also like the controversial points, and I mean, we just read in the pad from Jonas that Mariana controversial, what the fuck. There are program points of different parties, like electronic voting, like the German basic general income, like the stop of nuclear power of the German Pirate Party, which probably most other pirate parties don't share. These things should not be part of the universal pirate European election program. Those could be amended, like added to the program by the national parties themselves. They say, this is the European thing that all pirate parties agrees, and this is the national flair that we give those things, because those are our opinions. And such a basic program should be quite easy to pass, because it would mainly contain things that all the pirates agree upon, and we have to find those. And I don't think that a work group would be able to find these kind of things so easily. At the same time, we're not saying that there should not be a work group working on the European election program already. Probably we are like 1 or 2 years too late already for that. So, but that's not a reason to not work on the statutes at the same time, in my opinion.
I just have one note to the concerning ratification. As you probably know, if somebody signs as a delegate some treaty or declaration or whatever, they can always write or note the so-called exemption of ratification or something like that. And when you write that, it will be valid only after it was ratified by the General Assembly. So that means if we happen to sign any declaration here, we will go back to our General Assembly of the Czech Pirate Party. We will put this before the General Assembly, and the General Assembly will have to decide whether it will be efficient. That was just a note concerning the ratification process, if it should take place. It's the same what happened when we signed PPI statute. It also had to go through the process of ratification. It depends on the procedures of the pirate parties.
Is there anybody else who has something to say, or wants to say something, or could say something?
I was just wondering a last point about you will do campaign. The campaigns, normally they will be per country. It means that it will be the pirate party of that country that will talk to his electorate, to the people of the country. And you want to make the campaign under the PPEU in all countries? I'm not sure it's a good way, because there are many different sensibilities and everything. I didn't understand how you want to do this, because nowadays it's for example, the French Pirate Party would lead the campaign, and it would talk to French people, and in Germany the same. But now, when people will see that there is PPEU, they would not identify themselves as well to this structure as it would be with a national structure. That's my question.
We want to do coordinated campaign. It's like we want to have this basic program, like which should really be basic, So we can all agree on it. And but for the campaign, your national pirate party runs in the campaign, and they are responsible for talking to authorities, getting all done. But we want to have the same program, and it probably should be pretty similar in the different countries, like have same symbols and stuff like. So people need to see that we are one European movement, and even for the small pirate parties that don't really have a chance of getting an MEP in, that and people know it, like they don't have a chance. But they can see it's a whole European movement, and if I give them my voice, it's not lost anyways, because they will have MEPs, and my voice will be heard. So that's what we need to do. We don't want to take the National Pirate Party out of the campaign. That's not what we want to do.
So an example would be that we share, like we do already, but we try to increase it. For example, the design of posters for campaigns. Not that we all have the same posters, but that they are recognizable as something pirate, more so than just having the signet on it, maybe using the same font or similar color compositions, these kind of things. Not as a must, but as an offer, and something to show that we are more than just the national parties, we're also a European or worldwide movement.
Well, maybe we should consider just removing the 2 points that are more polemical, or I don't know, because probably it will be hard to reach an agreement or a consensus. And at least we express our desire to create a common program and go to the elections together, which I think is the main point at the end. Then how we do this, we can already discuss, further on. But if we leave from here with a declaration of intentions that we want to do this together, I think this will be already a step further.
For us, it's really important to reach some kind of agreement. We have plenty of press here, and German Pirate Party has elections in the next weeks. And also the Austrian guys will need plenty of help in order to collect the signatures they require in order to run for election. Polls are giving them 7%, but they require 10,000 people to go to their city hall in order to sing for them to be able to participate. So we need the media to attend to our demands, and we need to show that we have a unified, strong message for the people. Thank you. So we need to...
Okay.
Hello. I just want to point out one thing, starting with line 21 over there. What is written up there, this is just the reason why we need something like PPEU. Because to agree, to count votes, is currently here possible because we have PPI. But we can't start with something without statutes, without rules of proceeding, and nevertheless try to act like this. So this line 21 is a good example for what we need PPEU. And I think this is very problematic if we already decide today to do something without having laid the foundation. So we can say that we want to do this in the future when we have the organization and we have a place to settle disputes, to count votes and all the stuff, the statutes, because we already experienced exactly this problem before PPI was founded. we had a lot of disputes because we had no legal framework, we had no delegates, we had no statutes to refer to, even with all the different languages. So really be careful to imagine we could do this without all this. Thank you.
I wanted to ask what the problem was, because there is 27 countries in EU, and so 27 pirate parties running at most. Maybe there is Croatia and some other joining, but anyway. So if someone proposes a program proposal and 16 parties say they like this, where is the institutional problem? I don't get that.
The problem starts when you refer to majorities, for example, where you say more parties are against something, then it is dropped, or more parties are in favor of something, then it is acknowledged, or something like this. So the problem is already when you make a decision. And we already have all these problems on the PPEU mailing list. For example, it's not enough to say these are 20 European parties, because we already have this dispute, is this only parties from countries which are in the EU, or is this also parties which are European parties from countries which are not in the EU? This is exactly what you do statutes for, because you determine this in advance, before you count votes. You can't do it other way around. It's just not possible.
Hello. So my main point is that this discussion is awesome, but the main thing that we should be striving for is consensus. So, in my point of view, the point 3 on line 23, it's too concrete, maybe, and we will have a hard time agreeing on it, and maybe should be dropped from the proposal. But as here has been said on point 4. That we agree, and it isn't contrary to the idea that we should prepare the statutes and the principles of the PPEU in advance. I think it isn't in the contrary. So we should agree on those statutes, and maybe some groups can do informal preparation before the party is formed, before the conditions are met.
Okay, yes, I mentioned before I'm a member of the Berlin Parliament, and there a speaker for European affairs, and only will tell you that European politics are reality today. I've got every day in the week one proposal for European law, and it's not possible to discuss it in the Parliament, and it's not discussed in the public. And only after the law is valid, the people mentioned, oh, there's a new European law. Where did it come from? Who discussed it? Yes, and therefore, this is European politics. And for this, we need a European platform to have discussions in the public, in the European public. And that's not a problem of national politics or a problem of national pirate parties. It's a problem of European politics, and European politics need a European pirate party. And so I think this proposal of the Czech colleagues is very good. It's a very good step to bring it forward. First of all, to look where our programs are common, where perhaps different opinions in some cases, and it's a good way to prepare the European election and to step forward to become a European pirate party.
Just a quick one. Am I the only one that sees 2 points number 2 there?
Okay. Just another remark. Line 24 is also a bit disputable, I think, because, it was already said, I hear. But if we really wanted to sign a common intent, I think everything is really good except line 21 and 24. Because we should not, in advance, restrict us too much. Because it is very much possible if we will have statutes and we will have PPU end of this year or something like this, we could maybe find someone who is election campaign coordinator. We will maybe find another procedure for voting about parts of program or everything. Because if we just sign this today with these restrictions coming into line 21, it will be hard to counter it. You will have a dispute, you will go to the COA or stuff like this. This is not productive work. So I would recommend using only the positive things, which are lines 1 till 19, which are very good because program sovereignty is at the national party level, which is very important, I think.
What time is it? Okay, what we wrote down was that we'd like to discuss a roadmap. We didn't really do that. We from the blog we prepared this idea that there should be a work group that is relatively open for new people, that tries to draft the statutes and maybe even tries to draft like a common program, which should not be that hard if you think about it, I think. Because it has to be agreeable for the majority within each pirate party or within the majority of all pirate parties in Europe. So I would ask everybody who is interested to please, again, join the discussion, join the mailing list, join the groups, the pads, right on the blog. I think concerning this proposal of the Czech Pirate Party, we need to discuss this. Well, we can continue discussing this now and maybe make it ready so that tomorrow we only need to sign it and have some time for other things. So we still have 25 minutes or 20 minutes, I think, left. Do you agree with that, or do you think that's a bad idea? I take that as yes.
I just have a question, like how you imagine how the PPEU supports the exchange between the European countries, even they are not in the Union, yeah? Is this part of this of a program on the PPEU to really support the exchange, or is not, and it's just for the European Parliament?
That's something that we would have to discuss while we draft up the statutes. I don't think that's something that somebody can decide. Of course, I can try to lay out my personal vision, and from what I talked to, I think that Jerry and Steffen and also Jens sort of are, and some other people are very close to my vision on it. And we say that for the short term, important is the coordination of this program of the election program, but in the long run, a European Pirate Party could become much more and could really try to be a European party and be a European think tank and be a European organization that also changes how at least the pirate parties within the countries at first work with each other, and then in the long run hopefully even the countries. But again, that's not something that is decided yet.
I can maybe add something. In the blog post, when you read the thing about how should PPEU look like, we already discussed this question and listed the alternatives. It is very much possible because, for example, the European Greens already did it, that non-EU European countries can be part of the organization, can even vote, but may be restricted. This could be settled in the statutes. I think the most I talked about this project is strongly in favor of such a solution.
Okay, so let's work on this declaration then. Do we agree that point 4 should also go away? The last one?
Point 4 will state one thing, and what we wanted in the pad and in the block was another thing. It stated the Pirate Parties Europe as a political party. Establish the Pirate Parties Europe as a political party, and in the block and in the we talked about another thing. The Pirate Party is of the Europeans. And here we stated what it shall be.
Okay, it's Pirate Parties Europe, I think. That's wrong. Well, that's a political question, right? So okay, so it's a question of name. It's not a question of meaning. And I have the experience that General Assembly loves to solve how something should be named. I remember the discussions 2 years ago when we were talking like 4 hours about whether the board should be named the board or the presidency. And I don't really think I don't really care actually. So whatever the General Assembly decides, I just want to go for the elections together. So and create. And just are we clear about what political party at European level is? It's just a group of political parties, of national political parties. That's what it is. So that's to the remark. And I think that this point is very important because that should be our goal. The political party at European level is a technical term. It's sometimes phrased Euro Party or Party of Europe, European Party. Yes.
The reason why I ask is the Greens, for example, have a European Green Party. They don't do much with it, but they do have it. So would that be similar to that, or would it be something completely different?
Well, I don't think it will be green. At least I hope not. But yes, I think in that kind of sense of technical, yes. It doesn't necessarily bring you don't have the members as individual people. You have the political parties, and it's also different from a group in the European Parliament. It's just another body that has certain advantages, such as that you get the support on the level of the European Union, which is one of the key advantages.
Maybe we could add that this is one of the proposals, for example, from the work group Justus told you about. We wanted to get feedback if everyone here from European parties does want this roadmap, for example, end of the year to create such a thing. If you look up Wikipedia, European Political Party, that's exactly that. You can read it. It's something that is laid down in the European contract, signed and formalized, and everything has some advantages, obviously, because everybody does it. But, of course, even if we don't decide or have just not consensus about this question number 4 today, it's still obviously possible that some people found something like this end of the year, because you cannot prevent it. The only thing you can do with your national party is not join it. The same thing like PPI. So we are interested to have an organization to found where many national parties from the European level join. Of course, if we just found it and no one is joining, it's just wasted time and effort. And the time and the effort some people are doing currently and the next half year is important time and effort for all of us. So if we can agree on a roadmap, then we can really do productive work till end of the year. If everyone says for his national party, really, and asks maybe his own party, if this would be positive for every one of us, kind of European political party like the Wikipedia says, then it would be much easier to prepare the founding end of the year. But it's not a vote, if you don't agree, that it wouldn't happen. This is no guarantee. It's just that you maybe must join later or doesn't join at all or make your own European level party, and then we have two, like in some countries. So just think about this. It's just one common denominator where we can settle an agreement. What is the roadmap? Nothing more, nothing less.
Just to clarify one technical thing, when this is, you create a federation, and by registering, you create from the federation that already exists, you create a European political party at European level. Okay, so you can find the federation before. That is not forbidden by that kind of declaration. But we should state that once we have already met the conditions, it should be created without any delay. That should be, I think, in the resolution, which is it's not specific in this sense. Do you understand what I mean? So if we just leave it there, as soon as the conditions are met, it doesn't hinder that you can create a federation that will have this purpose, but it also states that this should be done as soon as we enter the European Parliament, which is, I think, the key point, because then it starts like all those clashes and stuff. But here we say that we will do it together as soon as we get there. Federation of Pirate Parties. Yes, and that is the point, not to make it clear at this moment. Oh, it will, but it's what the law says. It's what the regulation says.
Maybe I can add the point. When we found something like, we call it European Pirates, in this end of this year, it will be just an organization. We can even choose the country for the basic law. We can search for a location to found. It's just like, nobody cares. The point is, when we meet the conditions which are listed at the Wikipedia article about European parties, which are basically, you need from 7 different countries some people in parliaments. So this won't be probably 2014, but it will maybe be 2019. So in the meantime, which can be people in national parliaments, so it can be in between 2014 till 2019 that we meet this criteria he talked about. And then we can go to the European whatever institution and can say, look here, we have now from 7 different countries, we have met the conditions and we have founded this weird thing we call European Pirates end of 2012, and now we want to be acknowledged as a political European party. This is the plot. Okay? Thanks.
Yes, I think we are in agreement as far as the understanding is concerned. It's just this, that it should be really made clear that this implies that there is going to be created this federation or whatever something. Or doesn't? Okay. Well, that's kind of... I know, but it always has... It will have the constituent members, the pirate parties. Different pirate parties. Well, it would be kind of dangerous if the Germans created this organization and the only member would be the German Pirate Party or the board of the German Pirate Party, and they would name it the European Pirates. You know what I mean? There should be some checks as far as this is concerned. So, because this... Oh, it's not a problem. Okay. not for Germans.
No, this is not a problem because German can't do an organization with parliament members in 7 different countries because Germany is only one country.
Yeah, but there are many people from Brasilia and other countries that actually live in, okay. So I think that both variants should be left there, and we discussed this. Maybe it gets over in our head what really we would like to imply in the resolution, so that everybody is okay with that, and we can vote on that tomorrow.
About point 4, the campaign shall be supported by the MIPs of pirate parties. What does this really mean? Does this mean that an MIP can block? Does this mean that an MIP can block this agreement, European pirates? And why should they have this power?
I think it's more meant symbolically, but I don't think this is the important part of this statement. I think we could just leave this if we don't agree with that, because it is quite ambiguous, and we should not force our MEPs to do stuff that they don't want to do. At the same time, I'm pretty confident that Amelia and Christian would agree to this kind of thing. So this discussion is a bit moot at the same time. I don't know, but I don't think this is the key part of this, so we could just leave it out, I think.
I would like to clarify how this part got to the proposal, because we were thinking that there would be this web page, and we were afraid that there would be. Well, the question was whether there would be more web pages doing the same purpose, because there would be nobody who would be in charge of just administrating this system, not really programming it, because it's not a problem, but like maintaining the official one. And in case we drop this out, it may happen that anybody who really wants to make system that will do this thing, which will rank the proposals, and the pirate parties will have to vote in all of these systems. So that is why we wanted to clarify that the server with this application will be, for instance, in Brussels with the MEPs, which we thought is probably the most rational resolution of this problem. But anyway, if we drop it out and we manage to sort of do it factually, find a good way, set up a server that is okay with everybody, then there is no need for it to be there.
So I would say, if you want to keep this point, maybe the campaign shall be supported by the assemblies of the pirate parties. If someone needs to have the veto power, should be the assembly, not the Europarliamentary. I would take out the point because it doesn't. I don't find a meaning. Just it.
So our basic idea is that we are very happy to leave out everything that is controversial as long as the document serves its purpose and declares what we want to do. So we have no problem taking out number 4, or we can actually take out lines 21 and 22 as well if it helps to find consensus. So the main idea is to find a document where is consensus. So I wanted to ask if there is anyone who has some objections to actually continuing working on this. So we find a consensus and trying to ideally sign it on the conference, or have some parties sign it and others send to, and or you think it's not a good thing to do? Because I think this conference is perfect place to work on a document like this, but it's up to you. So if there are objections, just raise them now or be silent forever.
Last mentioning. I would propose to replace lines 21 and 22 like this. The common program is the program where none of the parties objects. Not even one. Because if you are one national pirate party and there's something written in the common program because you're only one and everyone else agrees, then this is perceived in your country as one point which is maybe, reason I don't know, just unacceptable. This is bad for this country and this pirate party. So if we just say when no party objects, it is common program. On the other hand, if we do this, like I propose, there's no backdraws, because if it doesn't make it to the common program, every other national party can add the same point to their own program, just coming after the common program, and we don't force anyone to have a point which he doesn't agree with, which is very important because it is national level. Thanks.
I would like to propose something, or Jakob proposed it.
I just have one note. They tried this in Poland. It was like 17 or 1800s. Every member of the Polish parliament had a veto power. They never reached any conclusion. So they had to accept new constitution. Not a good beginning for the European elections. In my opinion, of course. What is a little bit different is that we are not talking about common program as it's worded now, about common program basis. It is where the proposals are gathered, and it is the current wording is pretty clear that only the proposals that it expressly supported shall be attributed to it. So if the Pirate Party disagrees with that proposal, it will be written there. It disagrees with the proposal, and there will be only the Pirate Parties that support it, as is the current wording. I am not saying how it should be done. I just reminding you that some sentences are already trying to deal with this problem. Thank you.
I would suggest that what we could do is just discuss this further in an open panel session tomorrow, and just suggest now that you can propose changes, do that in the pad or do that in writing and give them to us tomorrow at the beginning of the panel, and then we discuss it, and then hopefully at the end of that panel we would have a declaration that many pirates are willing to sign that are here. Is that a good idea? And therefore I think it's... is there anybody who wants to add something? Because otherwise I would suggest we just stop here, because I think it's almost 6. Have a wonderful evening in Prague.
Organizing things.
Okay. I would, yeah.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
No, I wanted to just say the last words of today, so...
Yeah, okay. I'll hand it over to you to make you happier. If you want, and if you think it's a good idea, we can take group photo, perhaps, straight after this, and after we talk to the press for a short while. And then there is a social event in the same place as yesterday, in the Uperonu pub, opposite to the Smíchovské nádraží. So you are very welcome to come, and we hope you enjoy yourselves.
Roffelcopter GTFO. one more thing. Jonas had the awesome idea of collecting all the media that are taken today and maybe also the news article. Maybe you can open it because I'm talking and hands full and stuff. And he opened a pad for that. It's piratepadnet/PPI media.
Because it allows more than 16 people.
Okay.
Most of the people couldn't go into this path
Okay.
there is a hard limit of 16 people.
That's a bad idea, though. Okay. It's probably better to use Piratenpad instead of PiratePad because PiratePad has a limit of 16 people. It's DE. Okay, we'll figure this out. Is it net? It's DE. It's DE, not net. Yeah. All right. So we agree that, or like we suggest that this is where you can post all the links to media, to photo galleries, to videos, to streaming things, to newspaper articles, to news articles, news things. Yeah. Thank you very much. And Thomas will have the last words.
So, last words for me today. I thank you very much for attending on the first day of the PPI General Assembly in Prague. So, I'd like to close the meeting. As you all know, tomorrow we will start again. You might come here at 8:30 and we will start at 9 o'clock in the morning. Please enjoy the evening event. So, we see us tomorrow. Thank you very much.